And
you can't take him anywhere.
Yeah, watch that, Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
That thing's dangerous.
That's right.
I think we're ready.
I'm right here.
So, yeah, August 20. we can call for the meeting. Need your mic a little closer. Where's on?
Come a little.
Aha. Now we heard the gavel, but let's try it again anyway. Good evening. It is 6:04 p.m. The date is August 20th. I'm going to call to order a meeting of the Jefferson County Commission. It is our tradition that we start with God and country. And if you could all please join me in a brief moment of silence. Thank you. And now the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the West Virginia Pledge that is located in your packet on the front page. I pledge allegiance to the flag of West Virginia, which serves as a constant reminder that mountaineers are always free, which stands as a symbol of her majestic mountains, fertile forests, rich veins of coal, and the pride of her people. Our consent agenda, approval of minutes from August 6th. Any objection? Hearing none. Accounts payable, August 6th and 13th. Any objection? Hearing none. Those are both approved. Manual checks, August 6th and 13th. Any objection? Hearing none, that is approved. Approval of payroll, August 14th. Any objection? Hearing none, that is approved. Approval of requisitions, August 20th. Any objection? Without objection, that is approved. And approval of hire, changing status of Mr. David Wilson from a 1560-hour bailiff to a full-time bailiff. Any objection there? Without objection, that is approved. Draft minutes are included in the meeting packet. Draft meeting minutes are often available separately online on our website. That's jeffersoncountywv.org. Jefferson County Commission spending, all of that spending that we just talked about, that syncs with West Virginia Checkbook Daily. That's wvcheckbook.gov. And a complete list of publicly available information and tutorials on using the site are available online. Changes to the agenda, 8.2 will be removed. Other changes from County Administrator, Deputy County Administrator? Mr. Goodwin? Do you have any changes, sir? Okay, hearing none. We will proceed to public comment. We have a 3-minute time limit for individual speakers, but we only have 5 people signed up, so that's going to fit our 15-minute time limit regardless. So with each public speaker, for those who haven't come up before, as a courtesy, with about 10 seconds ago, I'll make this noise. And then at the time limit, I'll do this to indicate that your time has expired and we'll move on to the next speaker. I'll call the first speaker, and then the second speaker, I'll ask that person to come up to the alternate podium so we can save time. Our first speaker is Mr. David Tabb. If you could please come on up. And the next speaker is Ms. Amanda Stroud. If you could please come up to the alternate podium. Mr. Tabb, the floor is yours when you're ready.
David Tab, lifelong resident, talking about agendas 4, 6, 8, and 9. The Jefferson County minutes for August the 6th are incomplete and did not include my public comments submitted both in person and online, and an additional one was also sent today. Agenda 4, I think it's Dr. Hitt. I didn't know Dr. Hitt has on these failing septic systems. I did not know that he had a health inspection license, and he has not focused on fixing any of these problems. The Eastern Panhandle Conservation District has a program in place of cost sharing for tank pumping, inspections, repairs, and has been ongoing for 14 years with no help from you guys or anybody else. So where's the West Virginia Rivers Coalition assisting in funding this matter? Agenda 6, fire safety recommendations. You're all really going to go with this when the county complex is still in violation of West Virginia Fire Code? Yeah, they are. All right, Agenda 8, Valley Link. Well, it looks like that there's a big campaign going on that they're going to do something about this. Did you know the deadline was 8/14 of 26? You had a whole year to do something and you chose not to. So that's the deadline. It's already passed. Agenda 9, County Commission is using some of these issues and stuff that are really not getting taken care of. So here's part of them. Hilltop House, $30 million. We'll never see that money again, and it probably won't be built. Solar farms. Well, we have one in full operations, and we still don't have any of the comprehensive plan or conditional use permits to even have one. Just saying. Valley Link, final day to submit was 8/14/26. Mountain Pure is still on the Jefferson County agenda, legal, with no information that the public is entitled to. Data centers. There are no scheduled workshops to include water and power. And the tragedy of the environment that it concerns. You have to do this. JCDA. Well, it's been created, it's been resolved, it's been dissolved, it's been created again. It used to be an independent state agency with the liaison to fund and state projects. Now it appears it's just a slush fund, mechanical jargon of money that we really don't have. Planning and zoning. It appears that the tentacles of this to include the impact fees. Well, we know where the impact fees were. So with all the building and stuff, we have scheduled over 2 million gallons a day of extra surge coming in with nothing to do that. So anyway, the JCESA has been completely ruined after 200 years, and you guys did it in 4. Y'all have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tab. You have the record for most comments in county commission history. That might be the record for the most topics covered in 3 minutes in county history. Enjoy your evening. You're welcome, sir. Ms. Stroud, you have the floor, and the next speaker is Jacob Light. Mr. Light, if you could come to the alternate podium, please. Ms. Stroud, you have the floor.
Okay, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Agenda item number 5, growth pays for growth. Adequate public facilities ordinance. Mr. Goodwin did a great job researching these ordinances and providing an in-depth briefing on the subject, wrapping up with a detailed explanation of why Washington County, Maryland arrangements would not work in Jefferson County. So I'm curious as to where y'all are going with this. Housing growth and other government bodies. As a resident and ex-city council member of a municipality, I get frustrated when municipalities, aka Charlestown and Ranson, are called out for all the rooftops popping up. After all, aren't municipalities where you want the growth to occur? But the county isn't without its share of recently built or in the pipeline developments. There's Stonecrest, 320 houses, Aspen Green, 200 plus houses, Miller Station, 218 apartments, Orchard Springs, 146 houses and 122 townhomes, Hunter Valley, 138 apartments, Bird Hill, 324 houses, 129 villas and 267 townhomes, Sunnyside, 29 houses, Harvest Meadows, 60 houses, Hallmark Glen, 19 houses, Media Farm, 95 houses and 4 duplexes, Gazwa Forest, 81 houses. Since we're doing math with this agenda item, that's 2,152 recent or coming soon to farmland near you county households. Are there adequate public facilities? Not to worry. There are county impact and ambulance fees to cover the services they need. Not. Impact fees are a one-time only revenue stream subject to the booms and busts of the real estate market, and our ambulance fee is laughably low. Municipalities already pay for public facility services through the impact fees, property taxes, and ambulance fees their residents pay. And each municipality budgets funds toward their local fire company, with Charlestown and Ranson supporting both citizens and independent. Is it enough? No. My suggestion is not to focus on adequate public facilities ordinances, but to limit almost all housing growth to the municipalities, keep the impact fee, and either increase the ambulance fee to $150 or put an emergency services, fire and ambulance, levy on the ballot. Agenda item 11.3. I see that our ambulance fee is now being referred to as an ambulance services bill. I was hopeful, given all the hard work to clean up the records, that our ambulance fee bill would go out on time this year. But alas, there will be yet another funding delay. By the way, how is the project to collect outstanding ambulance fees coming? And imagine I'm not the only one who would like to know the status of the Fitch 2.0 report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Jacob Light. And after that, if Tricia Jackson could please come up to the alternate podium. Mr. Light, you have the floor.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jacob Light, and I'm speaking on behalf of Jefferson County Foundation regarding Agenda Item 11.4, Freedom of Information Act Requests Update. The changes being made to the county's FOIA request policy are too vague and does nothing more than decrease transparency in our local government. On page 177 of the agenda packet, the policy change adds the directive, quote, under no circumstances should any response for a citizen FOIA request be provided without the review and approval of the civil council, end quote. This policy change adds a layer of bureaucracy between the public and the information it seeks from the government, and this is unnecessary. Why does it say citizen? Does that mean if a corporation submits a FOIA request, it may be provided without review and approval of the council? It is unclear. The county administrator has also repeatedly requested budget increases to respond to FOIA requests. This policy change would only serve to increase the cost of fulfilling FOIA requests. It states in the statute creating the FOIA in West Virginia, quote, the people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments of government they have created, end quote. This policy change would do the opposite. Reduce transparency, expand bureaucracy, increases costs, and serves no legitimate purpose. Please vote no on this agenda item, and thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Light. And the chair would like to note for the record, the civil council referred to, council is spelled COUNSEL, not CIL. That refers to an attorney, not a council or board. Ms. Jackson, you have the floor.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here tonight to address something that should never require a FOIA request, the county budget. I submitted a FOIA on July 27th because despite searching the county website and other public sources, I could not locate a current county budget. Today is August 20th. That's 24 calendar days or 18 business days that this request has gone unfulfilled. West Virginia law requires a public body a maximum of 5 business days to provide a requested records or issue a written denial explaining why they're being withheld. The county is required under 11-8-10 to prepare a publicly published and itemized budget showing anticipated revenues, expenditures, funds, and proposed levies. Yet the most recent budget that I can find publicly is fiscal year 24 and 25. So I need to ask, where is the budget? It appears this commission is operating on what I would call a ghost budget, a budget that apparently exists because money is being moved and expenditures are being approved, but taxpayers can't see what bills they're paying. Under 11-8-26, a local government cannot spend more than what has been allocated to a fund or more than what is available for current expenses. Taxpayers should be able to see the financial plan behind the spending decisions that are being made on their behalf. The previous or so-called old commission routinely made budgets available to the public and encouraged the public to engage and scrutinize them. Yet under the leadership of Commissioner Majdi, this so-called new commission has made simply asking to see a county budget something that requires a FOIA. And both the fiscal year 26 and 27 budgets remain absent from the public domain. We have a new commission moving money and approving expenditures while the public is kept in the dark without a clear picture of how our money is being spent. Apparently, the standards of transparency changed when the commissioners changed. I will say this plainly. This commission appears to be a tax and spend commission. One thing is becoming increasingly clear. Essential county services are taking a backseat to ever-growing the wish list of these commissioners. The problem is that taxpayers aren't being given enough information to know exactly how our money is being spent or what is being spent according to a supposed budget. I am asking this commission to immediately make the current fiscal year 27 budget as well as the fiscal year 26 budget publicly available. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. And our next speaker is Dr. Christine Weimer.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say Jacob Light understood that the word counsel refers to an attorney, and that is what he was talking about.
They're homonyms, so I just wanted to repeat it into the record. I haven't started the time. The only reason I wasn't trying to show anybody up or anything like that. It's counsel sounds like counsel. That's all I was trying to
I
do.
agree. We should just encourage our young people to come to our meetings and
Absolutely.
comment.
And thank you, Mr. Light, for your comments. Dr. Weimer, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to speak on agenda item 4. We find some of this agenda item frustrating and deceptive. So I'm going to start at the bottom first. The Water Advisory Committee, we encourage you to appoint more public members to that committee rather than representatives from utilities. This board is meant to provide information on groundwater. Most of those representatives are not experts in groundwater, and many of them do not even live in Jefferson County or rely on groundwater themselves. Second is water quantity. So here you have the status of the letter, and then under 4.1, you have updates on the Water Advisory Committee work. They have not met since you met last, so there's nothing to update here. So it makes it look like you're working on the water quality and quantity when there's nothing here. 4.2.1, we would ask that you not abdicate your duty to protect the groundwater in Jefferson County to the state elected representatives. They have trouble because the rest of the state does not have the same issues we do. So again and again, they bring laws at the state to protect the groundwater here, and it is not approved because of other counties that don't have the same issues that we do, and they have to put things on there like in growth counties with the majority of karst. You have the power. Do the work yourself. Work through the zoning ordinance and protect the groundwater. Do not allow groundwater extraction and add additional protections to our ordinance for the water. Agenda item number 4.1.1, and this is really the most egregious and upsetting. We do not understand why the county commission is focusing on the two most economically challenged neighborhoods in the county, Fox Glen, and it's not listed on the agenda, but it was spoken about this morning on the radio, is the Blue Ridge community. Why are we focusing on those septic systems? Just like Dr. Reedy said, septic systems all over the county can fail. There's nothing special about those communities, and there are plenty of septic systems that are well maintained and working just fine in those communities. Instead of try to force those communities that already have economic challenges onto sewer, why don't we help them get the funds that are already available at the state and help them fix their septic systems? There are grants available at the state. We have a grant writer now at the county. The grant writer could work with those communities to get the failing septic systems working and leave the rest of them alone. There's no reason to put the entire community on a sewer. We will gentrify that community by forcing them to hook up to the sewer, especially when all of the larger properties where the wealthier people live around them are also on septic.
Thank you so much, Dr. Weimer. Looking forward to that discussion. First agenda item we have under state law, we are to entertain Agenda item number 1, our county assessor, pages 63 through 75. Two-time award-winning assessor of the year, Angie Banks is here. Thank you very much. Statewide, by the way.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, my first item, let's see, is the approval to hire a full-time employee. It would be out of the assessor's general fund, starting, and I want to make this date correction, September 8th. I realize the 7th is a holiday. She would start September 8th, 2026 at 40,000.
Excellent. Mr. Bound, is the motion as drafted with that, once we change it to September 8th, would that draw from the assessor's fund as she just described?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Funds
Chair
are
would like to
available.
hear a motion to,
I'll move to approve the full-time employment of Tara Shotwell at 40,000 beginning September 8th, 2026.
Second.
it's been moved by Commissioner Stolper and seconded by Commissioner Hepestay. Is there discussion? Are there any questions? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, and the next agenda item is, are all these exonerations that are the regular personal property exonerations. I do believe, one exoneration was due to a homestead that was removed accidentally. So that involved real estate, but most of these are vehicle exonerations, and I'm sure you've looked over all of them. And, do you have any questions?
No,
Chair would,
ma'am.
go ahead.
I would like to move all the exonerations as presented. Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Stolper, seconded by Commissioner Hepestay. Discussion or questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
And the other item is also an exoneration, but it's an industrial account with the state. So I'm just bringing it to you. If you have any basic questions, I can most certainly answer those questions. I do know that they filed with the Office of Tax Appeals at the end of March. So they did that in a timely manner when they realized they had included a lot of expenses that were intangibles, such as consulting fees and such that are not taxable. So the state went over all the figures, and this is what they came up with, the difference in the assessed values and how much the tax dollars would be.
Do we have questions from the commission? If not, is there a motion?
So move.
There's a motion from Commissioner Stolper to approve as presented.
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Hepestay. Is there any discussion? Any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Madam
Thank
Assessor.
you. Have a good evening.
You
You
too.
too.
All right, next on our agenda, we have Mr. Ward. Unfortunately, we have to settle for Mr. Grow.
Good evening, Commissioners.
I'm just kidding. Thanks for
I-
being with us.
I'm glad to be here. Excuse me.
Did we get you
Boss.
tongue-tied?
No, I'm just trying to get settled. Mr. Ward, I'm here on his behalf to request the approval of the hiring of Ashton Reynolds. We had Ms. Espinoza retired and we are replacing her as office manager. It appears from the fiscal note that there is within the budget and we still have a little bit of surplus to deal with. And I know Ms. Reynolds, not well, but she's worked for the county for at least 10 years and I think she'll be a good replacement and is qualified for the job.
Thank you, Mr. Grow. Same question for Mr. Bound that I asked of our last elected official presentation. How does this affect our budget? Is it within the county prosecutor's budget, sir?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
It
This
is
within budget.
correct. Okay. Chair would like to hear a motion to approve as presented.
So moved.
It's been moved by Commissioner Stolper. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hepestay. And you guys are just two peas in a pod tonight.
This usually does not happen.
All right, questions on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Grow.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, next on our agenda, we have Flock cameras. We talked about this last time. Of course, Flock is just a trade name of a particular company. We're talking generally about technology and the advancement of technology and how it applies in our county, not about one particular business. But we are on pages 78 through 84. After our last discussion, I talked to Delegate Anders, and he sent over something that I think we should all look at. This is a county ordinance in South Carolina. We're not going to act on anything tonight, but I wanted to present it to all of you all, and then we can put it out for public consumption and also for discussion. One of the things that I found really interesting is there's a section in here on procurement. That is section 2-504, I believe. Let's see where that is. What page is that on? It's on page 14 of the handout. And I thought this was really interesting because it lists a whole bunch of actions that this county chose to take on to prohibit county expenditures and resources on, I'll just use the term flock cameras, even though it's not technically accurate. So I think we as a county should be looking at this or doing something similar. We can have a procurement policy that we as commissioners pursue. We are in charge of procurement. That is our responsibility as county commissioners. And then what I'd like to see is a separate track process where we talk about an actual county ordinance that is much more advanced. Of course, takes a long time to draft and have it be vetted and whatnot. But this is something I think we ought to look at. I don't want to see people's individual rights invaded or trespassed by technology that's moving and advancing faster than the laws of West Virginia and the ordinances of Jefferson County. So what I would recommend is that we take a look at this ordinance and we have it reviewed by council and see if we can pursue two separate tracks. One is county policy on procurement, which is our purview. And then the second would be a potential ordinance for Jefferson County where we need input from the community and we need to hear from law enforcement and do some further research, and that would take some time. So two separate tracks is what I would recommend, and I just wanted to open it up for discussion.
I think that's a good idea. We need to do something quick, but we need to do something that's permanent.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
I think that we need to send this to council to have them review it. Because if we're talking about procurement policies, we're also talking about policies over other elected officials and what their abilities are and their rights are. And I think we need to tread very cautiously on that.
Mm-hmm.
So review by council, I think is the better answer at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a good place to start. And I think we also need to have a conversation with our sheriff as well, too. Before we move forward with any of this. Obviously, this ordinance came from South Carolina. I don't know how their laws are drafted in their state, but we really don't have control over. Now, we can set our policy that the county commission can't buy them, but I'm not 100% sure we can make the policy for our sheriff because we don't have any control over his budget other than setting it, and he can spend it how he wants. So I would just, I think at first good step is meeting with our council to figure it out.
Correct. And I've also had conversations with the sheriff who has made it very clear that he has no interest in pursuing flock cameras. While they do have license plate readers, they are very restricted in the information they get. It's just license plates. It's not tracking. But he has been very clear that he has zero interest in moving forward with that. Now, that being said, a successor could always change that. But the current sheriff has no interest.
Okay, so some of the practical questions I'd have is the policy, I think makes sense at a sooner meeting. The ordinance, would that include private, commercial or other, or would it just include the county government and our function for flock? I guess that's a question I'd probably have for our council, maybe.
Yeah, and we have to figure out what we have authority to do. Well, speaking of
Lights hit a timer.
technology,
The lights hit a timer.
Oh,
That's why they flash.
The timer again.
right,
Everything.
and the queue.
so maybe those are questions I'd want our council to look into as we go into this a little more.
Mm-hmm. Other thoughts? Okay, I wanted to read a couple of things into the record, and of course, we're going to post this online so everybody can take a look at it before we pursue it further. But a couple of these definitely, well, I don't know about we, but I was struggling to define the technology at our last meeting. One of the reasons I was interested in this ordinance is I think it does a pretty good job of trying to capture the new tech that's out there that's really bothering people. I just wanted to read this into the record. Automated biometric recognition. That means the automated or algorithmic identification, attempted identification, verification, categorization, re-identification, or tracking of a person based upon a biological, physiological, physical, or behavioral characteristic. The term includes recognition or analysis based upon face or facial geometry, iris or retina, voice or voice print, gait or manner of movement, fingerprint, hand, palm, or vein geometry, body shape or body geometry, ear shape, tattoos, scars, birthmarks, or other distinguishing physical features, clothing or combinations of physical appearance, behavioral characteristics, or a mathematical, digital, or algorithmic template derived from any such characteristic. The term does not include automated face or license plate detection used solely to blur, mask, or redact identities in a recording or image before disclosure or release, provided the technology is not used to identify, re-identify, classify, or track a person. So I was stumbling to try and define that during our last meeting. Here's a good attempt to define how this technology works. And I think a lot of people in Jefferson County want to make sure we don't see that in the county because it's an invasion of our privacy. So sounds like we've got a path forward. Do you think we need a motion on this, Mr. Grow or Mr. Goodwin, or is the direction clear and we can just proceed and receive advice from council? Actually, I guess this is a question for Mr. Grow. Can you take this and give us some advice during our next
I don't
meeting?
have a copy of what you have. Get me a copy and I'll glad to take a look at it and get back.
Lynn, do you have a copy of this for staff as well? I want to make sure everybody on the staff has that. If you could distribute that, please. Excellent. So we'll have that on our next agenda. And sounds like we've got a two-track process that we can follow. Any other questions or comments on this topic before we move on?
Make it so.
Excellent. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 4. We are on pages a little bit ahead of schedule. Great.
Don't
Pages-
think this-
Oh, and sorry, we just moved on, but could we have the sheriff come back since that was kind of talked about when we,
I think that's probably a whole lot later in the process,
oh,
but
for
yes,
just
I
the
would agree.
ordinance?
I
Okay,
think I
Yes.
start
not the
with-
policy?
I think I would start with legal first.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree. I would start legal first, but
Okay.
yes, definitely conversations with the
Okay.
sheriff.
Excellent. And next on our agenda is water stewardship. We are on pages 85 through 119. Excellent. And Brandon, thank you so much. Lynn, could you bring that placard up? Mr. Blake, thank you so much for being here with us tonight. If you could introduce yourself and tell the community about your role, and then I'll just tee up a couple points and give you the floor, or you could take the floor first if that's what you would like.
Sure, I do have a statement.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Blake.
Yeah, I'd like to open with this statement. So my name is Brandon Blake. I'm the chairman of the local board of health for the health department here in Jefferson County. I want to thank you all for inviting me here today to be a part of this discussion. Water stewardship and water quality is on the minds of most Jefferson County residents. As we begin the discussion, I want to ground my comments in the Board of Health's core responsibility, protecting public health. West Virginia law gives local boards an important role in environmental health protection, including matters involving clean and safe water, sewage, and wastewater. That responsibility is at the heart of the work our health department does every day. With that responsibility comes an obligation to communicate our guidance and expertise clearly and consistently to the community and to the public bodies that rely on that expertise to make sound policy decisions on behalf of the community. Looking back, we recognize that some of our past communications could have been clearer and at times may have created confusion about the health department's position. As my recent letter back to the commission states, we sincerely regret any confusion caused and have taken responsibility for doing better. Recently, the board has taken concrete steps to strengthen our processes regarding issuing guidance and opinions. We have revised our bylaws to provide greater clarity regarding who may speak on behalf of the Health Department and when an official position requires board approval. But we intend to go further. The board is currently working toward a more formal advisory opinion process through which requests for public health guidance from government bodies can be made formally and responses provided formally. These advisory opinions are intended to provide a neutral interpretation of facts, science, law, and public health authority to assist decision makers in carrying out their responsibilities. Ultimately, these efforts I'm sharing with you today are about strengthening and safeguarding trust in our process. Our community and our decision makers should be able to expect a clear process for seeking formal guidance and opinions from the Health Department, objective information grounded in evidence, science, and expertise, and clear and consistent communication of that guidance across all settings. Our role is to provide decision makers with objective data, professional expertise, and relevant information so they can make sound policy decisions on behalf of the community. This is essential to our mission and responsibilities under West Virginia law. I appreciate the commission giving me the opportunity to share this good work of the Health Department this evening. The entire department shares your commitment to water stewardship, protecting public health, and maintaining public confidence. We look forward to continue to work collaboratively with the commission and our community partners to protect and promote the health of Jefferson County. And I look forward to any questions or comments.
Thank you so much, Chairman Blake. When I read your response, I was very enthusiastic about the direction that you're taking your board and the department. This is a terrific thing. I think, as you put it, objective evidence and clear communication are absolutely essential. And our citizens need to be able to rely on the fact that when the Board of Health or the Department of Health staff issues a determination of a public health hazard, that determination is clear and will not be undercut. So I think that the process that you're putting in place is incredibly important because people need to be able to trust the science. And what you've done with this board is you've recognized a lack of formality, if I may comment, a lack of formality, and that you are improving upon. This happens all over government. You're improving a system that was in place and perhaps was adequate for a time, but no longer. And you're updating it for the times. And I think this introduction of a formality and a formal advisory opinion process is incredibly important for our community, and I commend you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So I'd like to talk a little bit about the septic issues. And unfortunately, Chrissy left. She brought it up. So initially, CETA was talking about expanding out into the county with water and sewer. I reached out to the Public Service Commission because I heard concerns from people that they would be forced to go on to public water and or sewer. As I talked to the Public Service Commission, they said that the water was optional, sewer was mandatory. They did not specify that that's if it's a PSD. The system is actually a municipal system, which is very different, which Chrissy pointed out to me. Check that information, that's correct. Because it's a municipal system, they are not required to go on to and hook up to that sewer or that water. And as a matter of fact, in the discussions of this and CETA now looking to expand out two different directions, Charlestown City Council is actually clarifying that is not going to be an intent to force them to connect. And that's great, because if people want to connect, that's great. If they don't want to connect, that's their right. We do have some areas that have some pretty serious septic issues. Do I really want to force them to connect? No, but if they're creating a public health hazard, then there needs to be some way that we can step in and help force that. Not really what I would like to do, but you have some of these areas that have very small lots, and to try to replace a septic system is almost impossible. So the other option is public sewer at that point. Would there be a better alternative if they have room for septic? Sure. So yeah, I just wanted to clarify that because that was a comment that came up during public comment that wasn't quite accurate.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other thoughts, other comments on this issue?
Would we want to look into some grant opportunities for some of these high-risk areas?
Absolutely.
And maybe I'd entertain a motion, or I'd consider a motion to have our grant writer look into grant opportunities for, whether that be state, I think the DEP might have a program, USDA, rural development, water and waste programs might have something, but just to have her look into that and maybe check back in with us at a
And
later
there are
date.
regional bodies as well.
Okay.
And that's exactly where I was going next. So I think that'd be a good thing to do. I'd second it if
Okay.
you want to make such a motion.
Okay, sure. So I'd like a motion for our grant writer, Kayla, to look into grant opportunities, both regionally and statewide, to look into potential septic remediation and improvements on some of these discussed properties.
Thank you. And would you entertain expanding that to include federal grants?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll second that. Thank you. That's a great idea. Discussion on this issue of looking into grant opportunities.
It's badly needed, so
Mhm.
this is the way to go.
All right. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Further discussion of the formal advisory opinions. I'll say this, Commissioner Mood, you brought up points about utility expansion. The county commission does not make those decisions.
That is
That's
correct.
under the purview of CTUB. And if you note the discussion here tonight, we are not directing the utility or even attempting to wade into those waters.
That is correct.
We are talking about the Board of Health and the Department of Health's responsibility, which is under both state and county jurisdiction. And when it comes to the Board of Health, it's our responsibility to make sure that the science is correct. It's not muddied. It's presented clearly. And that's what we're here discussing tonight. I applaud you for bringing that context, which is
Right.
desperately needed. But our job is to make sure that the science is quality, it's presented clearly, and it's not undercut by state or county staff. I think we've discussed that, and I want to applaud the Board of Health and Chairman Blake for the direction he's taking his board and his department, because this is needed, and the clarity that we're going to have through this new formal advisory opinion process is a good thing for the county, because now we'll be able to rely on the science as it's produced by the certified and qualified experts. Other comments? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
All right.
Thank you too.
Our next speaker is Dr. Than Hitt, West Virginia Rivers Coalition, and also a proud alum of the Water Advisory Committee. I want to clarify that Dr. Hitt is no longer a member of the Water Advisory Committee. Thank you so much for serving on that body.
You bet.
And we have asked Dr. Hitt to come to talk about some issues generally, but we're not here to ask Dr. Hitt about specific properties or specific scientific assessments associated with those properties. So I hope everybody understands that. We're just talking about good science generally. Dr. Hitt, thank you for joining us this evening.
It's good to be with you. Thanks for your time. My name is Than Hitt. I'm the senior scientist with the West Virginia Rivers Coalition and a Jefferson County resident. And I want to offer a few scientific perspectives as you consider the situation at Fox Glen and potential impacts of septic waste on water resources throughout the county. First, I want to acknowledge the good work of the Jefferson County Health Department and Dr. Terrence Reedy in bringing attention to the public health concerns surrounding this issue. My expertise is in the earth sciences, particularly water science, so that's the perspective that I'll focus on today. I also want to note, as has been stated, that I previously served on the Jefferson County Water Advisory Committee, but I'm not speaking on behalf of that committee today, nor have I conducted a site-specific investigation of Fox Glen. But what I can offer is broader scientific context about groundwater and drinking water contamination in this area. I'd like to make three main points. First, bacterial contamination from septic waste is a valid and long-standing concern in Jefferson County because of our karst geology, the large number of individual septic systems, many of which are failing, and our reliance on groundwater for both public and private water supplies. Second, when we look specifically at the public drinking water system serving the Fox Glen area, Available data indicate that chemical contamination, particularly PFAS forever chemicals, is more of a pressing concern than bacterial contamination. Importantly, PFAS can come from multiple sources, including septic wastewater, as well as industrial sources. Third point, whatever solutions are pursued, we definitely need to consider the economic burden on Fox Glen residents and other ratepayers, as has been indicated tonight, particularly those with limited ability to afford increased water and sewer costs. So, to expand briefly, on the first point, much of Jefferson County is karst, as we know, and that's a place where water and contaminants move rapidly through fractures and solution channels with very little natural filtration. At the same time, we have many individual septic systems, including systems at Fox Glen, that are failing. U.S. Geological Survey research in this county demonstrates the vulnerability of our groundwater. In a county-wide study, researchers detected fecal coliform bacteria in 37 of 70 wells and springs that were sampled right here. That's more than half. And subsequent USGS research documented bacterial contamination near Leetown, and a recent West Virginia Rivers Coalition survey also detected coliform bacteria in several private wells in Jefferson County. So we know that bacterial contamination is a legitimate concern, but it's not the only concern for Fox Glen. To my second point, Safe Drinking Water Act records indicate that industrial chemical contamination, particularly PFAS forever chemicals, that's more of a pressing concern for water quality in this area than bacterial contamination alone. West Virginia American Water monitors and treats for bacterial contamination in the Walnut Grove system, which includes the Fox Glen and Burr number 13 wells, along with several other groundwater sources. And in 2025, fortunately, its monitoring found no bacterial contamination in the finished drinking water. So that's a good thing. But PFAS presents a very different picture. PFAS has been repeatedly detected in this public water system, including a PFOS measurement of 17.3 parts per trillion, and that's more than 4 times the EPA's drinking water standard. Sampling also has detected TCE, which is an industrial solvent and groundwater contaminant. The concentrations were fortunately below the federal drinking water limit, but EPA's health goal for TCE is 0. And there's another important finding in the Safe Drinking Water Act records that I've reviewed. The Fox Glen wells are classified as groundwater, whereby the nearby Burr well is classified as groundwater under the direct influence of surface water, or GUDI for short. And that means that the Burr well has enough direct connection with the surface water that it is subject to surface water microbial treatment requirements, including filtration as well as disinfection. And that hydrogeological vulnerability, that's not caused by failing septic systems. So fixing septic systems can reduce sources of bacterial contamination and PFAS originating from leaking septic tanks, but it doesn't change the underlying hydrogeology, or it doesn't address the PFAS and other industrial chemicals that are already documented in this water system, public water system. And my third point, finally, is about affordability. Clean water requires investment. We all know this. And utilities such as West Virginia American Water have real costs associated with maintaining and replacing wells, treatment systems, water lines, and other infrastructure. But those costs also matter to households. At current published residential rates, a household using 3,000 gallons per month would pay about $81 for West Virginia American Water, compared with about $39 for C-Tub water. And these utilities have different infrastructure needs and different financing structures, so it's not an apples to apples comparison, but it illustrates that the relatively high water costs on Fox Glen residents are already being faced. So public sewer would add an additional monthly bill, potentially along with substantial connection costs. And if public sewer is the appropriate long-term solution at Fox Glen, then affordability needs to be part of that solution from the beginning. So here's my overall message. The health department is right to take failing septic systems seriously. Our geology and groundwater data clearly support that concern. But we should also consider the full picture for groundwater, including PFAS and other chemical contaminants. And we should make sure that whatever solution we pursue is scientifically comprehensive and economically fair to residents of Fox Glen, Shannondale, and other communities across the state. And with that, I'm going to thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Hitt. Do you have questions from the commission?
I think your point of wanting, and so Fox Glen is an underserved part of our community. And so to put them on public utilities would just be another added cost. So I do like the idea that we are looking into grant opportunities to hopefully help them and help that situation. But I do appreciate the health department bringing this forward. And I hope to work in collaboration with the health department and some grant opportunities to find a solution that's fair to the residents, but also fixes the problem. So that's my goal.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Appreciate that.
Hughes. Dr. Hitt, you mentioned that fixing the septic systems won't fix the whole problem because industrial chemicals are already there, known as PFAS or forever chemicals. This is a problem all across America. Is that roughly accurate?
That's correct. And Jefferson County is uniquely challenged by this. When USGS did a statewide survey recently, we saw two major hotspots. One was in the Ohio River Valley alluvial floodplain, and the other was here in the Eastern Panhandle. It's not limited to those areas, but those were the hotspots. So we have a challenge there. It's not as simple as point sources, though, unfortunately. And I've attempted to identify single sources of this contaminant. It's simply, unfortunately, not that simple. It's more diffuse, and part of it, we see contamination in the Blue Ridge as well as down here in the valley.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Does that speak to the karst topography? It's like highway channels, so that can travel quickly, and so it's hard to identify the source.
That's a big part of it. Certainly, the Martinsburg story and the airport is a well-known story. Martinsburg has stepped up and applied filtration. I think that's a respectable move from their water managers. But many folks are on domestic wells. A lot of folks are on private wells that were flying blind. So we encourage everyone to look at their water quality. Unfortunately, the spatial patterns are very diffuse and complicated. There is not a simple hot spot and a safe spot. It's just not that easy. It's not as simple as just the airport and places north of the airport, for example. Yeah.
This is beyond my expertise, but I don't have any expertise. But I've read into this a little bit, and I'm reading more and more that there's science that's linking these forever chemicals that are in our water supply to cancers that are emerging in people at a younger age.
Yeah, there's high confidence of that. World Health Organization and other leading experts across the world have a consensus perspective on that. Also, I should say, US EPA is moving forward with their federal drinking water maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs. These are federally enforceable standards for PFAS contamination in public water systems. So, when we think about septic, I want to make sure that we're thinking about the big picture as well. And I think septic is a valid concern. Bacterial contamination is a valid concern. We know this is one of the most long-term, well-known public health, problems for human societies. But we can't ignore the context that the emerging contaminants and forever chemicals in the form of PFAS are not being treated currently, and we have contamination risks right here, including Fox Glen. So I wouldn't want us to lose sight of the big picture in the process of managing septic or other immediate short-term solutions, which I would say are important. There are many things to work on. Let's not lose sight of the big picture as we move forward with the short-term fixes.
Thank you. Yeah, and we have great respect for the government bodies that have the challenge of making those decisions.
Yeah.
We are not that body, as I said earlier. Our responsibility is to make sure that we produce good science, from our Department of Health. It's both a state and county function. And I think we've addressed that earlier, but I really appreciate you noting that, look, there are other issues that have to be considered here and have to be weighed. That's a very important point. I'll also note, again, not an expert, and maybe we'll have an expert come in and talk about this, but my understanding is that there's emerging science that's linking bacterial contamination in the water supply with forming of with a spike in cancer rates for people who are younger as well. That, again, not an expert, but that's something I certainly want to look into, and it's something I've been paying close attention to for the past 4 years. It's on the minds of a lot of our citizens, and people want clean water. These are tough decisions. And as you noted, there's a lot of things to consider.
Yeah, I can't comment on the technical aspects of bacterial contamination for carcinogenicity, as you suggest. I'm not familiar with that work, but obviously the vast majority of the research in this space is gastrointestinal illness and the associated viruses and bacteria that are in that space. But, it's the bigger picture is that cancer risk with forever chemicals is very real, and we have high confidence in that from the scientific literature.
Mm-hmm.
So we are not filtering right now for those chemicals. We need to filter for those chemicals. There will be federal standards that will be implemented over the next couple of years. So as Western American Water looks ahead, as CTUB looks ahead, as all water utilities look ahead, this is on their agenda. This is on the horizon. So I think from a county commission perspective, supporting the utilities to do the proper filtration in that context is commendable.
And then for private wells, is there a filtration option as well so that?
Yeah, unfortunately, the Safe Drinking Water Act does not regulate private wells whatsoever. So this is an opportunity for nonprofit organizations, county health, and others to step up and provide tools and technical assistance for the many people in this county that are on private well water right now.
So there could be, in theory, a filtration system you could add on to your well to ensure that the PFAS does not come through.
Yeah, certainly. And there are many systems that work well with this. Granulated active carbon is a good option. It's cheap, it's doable. And we can discuss later the sort of the practical filtration options that we recommend for folks. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Hitt.
Yep.
I just want to say thank you for your service on the Water Advisory Committee. Thank you for your commitment. And it's been a pleasure to know you and work with you on some other committees in the county. So don't go away.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
It's a pleasure working with you, and I've really appreciated all of your expertise you brought to the Water Advisory Committee, and it will leave a big hole. So I appreciate you.
Yep. Keep up the good work, y'all.
All right, thanks.
Next on our agenda, we have Chairwoman Sell. So much. Status report from the Jefferson County Water Advisory Committee on the technical questions. Yes, you get a placard.
Hi.
Thank you so much for being here. We had a whole bevy of technical questions that we sent you. They're very difficult to answer. You spent a year on it already. And some of them that haven't been answered are actually about sewer sites. So I thought I would just ask and check in where that stands, because we're all very interested.
I'm very happy to. We received the technical questions in January of this year. So we have had January, February, March, April, May, and June. And there were a total of 42 questions. We have answered 38, or we're about to approve the last 4 on 3. And as Commissioner Keyes knows, we took them in tranches. We took Roman numeral 1, Roman numeral 2, Roman numeral 3. We have completed and will complete as of Monday 90% of the questions. Now, to do the questions, they're done in an open meeting in compliance with the Open Meetings Act, which means we do a first reading. All the technical, everyone submits questions to our secretary who compiles it. We do a first reading, and on some cases, we've done a second or third reading. For the first 2 technical questions, 1 and 2, we provided you a 16-page report. We are due to do technical question 3, finalize it. It's a second reading on Monday, and we will do a preliminary reading on technical question 4. Now, I will give you, I won't get ahead of the committee, but it depends what the committee comes back to us and how the committee wants to, if it's a 2 readings or 3 readings. The science will drive it, and I can't get ahead of them. But I do want to note that this document is going to be, I believe, going to be a living document. For instance, the governor just came out with a West Virginia Responsible Data Plan on 8/7 with principles on water uses and effluent. That is going to set new standards that would update our technical questions for you. So I would recommend that we do a quarterly review. So that is not a precise answer, but we are on it. And I want to thank all the collaboration and Commissioner Keys and Commissioner Mubefore to collaborate to go forward. One thing that I think that is very, very interesting we haven't talked about is that the Water Advisory Committee has also brought technical expertise in 2 public speakers, Bob Denton, ASTM, who's has been reelected as the international chair of the ASTM on karst. And he is just appointed by the Virginia governor to the CAVE board, reappointed. The other thing we've had Mark Kozar gave a brilliant, and I would like to thank Delegate Funkhauser for noting it was the best, most comprehensive that he has seen. So part of our mission when we were first stood up was education. One thing I would like to note on that, and I'll stop for questions, is I didn't have a chance to put in the agenda, but I have a document here I would like to submit for the minutes and to show you. It's a highly visual document. Can you see the colors?
Yes.
I can pass around. This is a USGS study that was referred to in the countywide groundwater assessment analytical service that sits on the engineering department's website. That's done in 2012. This was done in 29 in conjunction with the Jefferson County and the Division of Water and Waste Management. It is hydrogeology 101, and I think that this would be very useful for the commissioners and for the residents to see. This shows water discharge and recharge, and we are living in a patchwork of water availability throughout the county. There are areas where the county and it's been noted that there's areas where the county loses water or watershed loses water. There's also areas in the county where there's a high significant rate. And so when we look at science and how we're looking at how to take these technical questions and implement them or look at putting the science with the data, it is not a one-size-fits-all approach in our county. There are areas in the county that are water scarce, and there are areas in the county that have, well, you can read it. They have a very high flow of acre per day. So
what is the source on that, Madam Chairwoman?
Sure. This source is, may I approach?
Sure. Please.
Well, we should blow it up. And here's the source.
Was this the study that was updated from the 91? Is that the 2012? Was that the one that the water study that was just updated? Oh, okay, sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
The 2012 one on the commission website was put together by Analytic Services, and it was paid by the county commission. And Analytical Services did a desktop assessment. If you go through that study that's on the engineering report, you will see this map in different iterations. You will see it in hydrogeological, you will see it in discharge. I think it is very informative that we understand we have a patchwork in this county. And it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. So when you hear that my spring is gone or someone's, and I really feel so wrong. I'm a farmer on a well with animals, so I understand this. But there are areas of the county that are water rich, and there are areas of the counties that are water stressed. And we should be aware of that science when we approach with the technical questions and we approach policy. And that is what I want to say. This is a patchwork.
What are the colors that are water rich?
Purple.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
What I'd like to
It's a-
do,
I'm sorry, it's so small, I couldn't, I went to, it's greater than 1,000. This is a base flow yield in gallons per day per acre.
what I'd like to do is present this information to the public through our website.
Yes,
Uh,
thank you.
And I think just one depiction is probably not enough. So let's have an ongoing conversation about how we can provide that information for public review.
Yeah, I think so.
And we can start with this. This is a great idea. But
Yeah.
let's go beyond that as well.
Okay.
And this is great information. It's the only negative I would imagine is the date of this map. So I'm seeing 2007. So I think since 91, we've almost doubled in population, right? So how does this map?
It certainly would in the yellow,
Yeah.
okay? Because it has been noted that if you look in the yellow right near Maryland and Harper's Ferry, that's Elks Run. Elks Run has been is a losing stream, and that is a stressed area. And it's been noted that Elks Run had to call on Potomac River for backup. So these areas that are yellow and red, there are a few red, and then they call it the municipalities. But this hydrogeological conditions occurred over millions of years. So, and we should have a study that updates it on population. But this is I think a good information to say, this is what we saw in 2009, and have we were talking about getting grants to do a study to update what the population and the increase in density has done to this study.
Excellent.
So-
Thank you. I really appreciate the update. And if you could stick around for just a little bit, because we want to talk to you about the Water Advisory Committee.
And we'll get those answers to you.
Oh, excellent.
We
Thank
will.
you so much, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you so much.
We're
for your
working
hard
on it.
work. Yeah,
All
thank you.
right.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners.
We have a special guest with us tonight. West Virginia Senator Patricia Rucker is here, and we're going to get to that in just a second. If you could come on up, Senator Rucker. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And I just want to set the stage by reciting some history that we all know very well on this commission. But for those who are just learning about these issues, we've had a lot of conversations in the county about water quantity and water quality over the past year and a half. There was the Planning Commission was active on an issue about a rezoning and a development and a potential business use in the county. A lot of members of the county, especially in the Middleway, which you know very well, Commissioner Mood, were asking questions about how this will affect our private wells. And some of the background, and please feel free to step in and tell the story since you know it even better, Senator Rucker. Some of the background is our legislators went down to Charleston and introduced bills to address this issue because there was so much interest in Jefferson County about protecting our water resources on private wells and making sure that friends and neighbors didn't have their wells run dry. And Senator Rucker and Senator Barrett introduced legislation. Delegate Funkhauser introduced legislation. We had a hearing on this last year. Senator Rucker was out of town. We couldn't have you last year, but you're here today. Thank you so much. Last year, Senator Barrett and Delegate Funkhauser talked about bills. I named a couple in the agenda, but there have been so many.
Yes.
This time around, I named HB 5008 and HB 5009, which are Delegate Funkhauser bills, but they build off of legislation that Delegate Funkhauser and Senator Barrett and you worked on in the last session. It did not pass through Charleston, and that left us in a situation where this was actually remarked upon in the public comment. We don't want to rely on Charleston. We'd like to be able to do things here in the county to address this issue and to assure residents that their private wells are going to be protected as the county grows. And if businesses come in that are large quantity users, it's not certain how that will turn out. There's pending litigation on that, and everybody knows that you just never know how things will proceed through the judicial process. So we don't know how that will turn out. So I'm very interested in this, regardless of how that turns out. It could go one way, it could go another way. We just don't know. So that's a little bit of the history. And Senator Rucker, if you'd like to expand on that, please do. But I would love to talk about the legislation that you brought forward and then have a discussion about how we could potentially address some of those issues locally. And I'd also note that as we talk about the balance of power, if you will, between Charleston and locally, you happen to be in a position that's very well informed of that because you chair a committee that adjudicates that power and gives power to local municipalities and county governments. So you're kind of the foremost expert in the state of West Virginia on what
don't know if
counties and cities can or can't do.
I don't know if I would use the word expert, but thank you. I want to first say thank you for inviting me to come tonight and for having this discussion. Obviously, my constituents or your constituents, we represent the same folks with those concerns. And the concerns about water have been, for a very long time existing. I was dismayed at how difficult it was to try to pass what I consider common sense monitoring of water use. We were not trying in our legislation to prohibit or ban or stop anybody from using the water. It was just solely monitoring, requiring monitoring of wells so that you local governments and us state governments would know that the folks are not being affected by the extraction. And it is actually existing in code for coal plants in the state to have this requirement of monitoring of wells in case what they do is affecting the well water and the water of, folks around coal mines. We literally just copied it and said, hey, it's a good idea to do this anywhere where there is karst topography and limited groundwater sources. So that pretty much made that legislation only affect Jefferson County and maybe a few other counties because you have to have both conditions. Having said that, we still could not get it passed. And in the history of the state of West Virginia, there has been very strong opposition to any type of regulations regarding water extraction. And part of it has been because farmers. Farmers are concerned about regulations for water extraction because they use a lot of water for farming. The difference with farming, though, that type of water extraction, water's being pulled out, but it is going on the fields and eventually trickles down. That's very different than extracting water and putting it in a truck and taking it out. So that's what I think most folks were concerned about. And I was trying to address their concerns by ensuring we would have monitoring and be able to know if there was a problem. Having said that, it didn't pass. I want to commend this county commission body because they have wanted to work with us on solutions. And I have suggested some, and I'm going to reiterate some of them. So when it comes to water, we do have very strict water oversight and powers that we give to the Department of the Environment, DEP, in the state of West Virginia. And we have been granted by the EPA authority to oversee our own environmental regulations and rules. And that is because the EPA has agreed that we can do a better job watching what's happening in West Virginia, and they have entrusted us with that, as long as we, of course, enforce EPA regulations. And we can exceed, but we can't be less than what EPA says is acceptable. And this, by the way, has the same effect on the septic systems that you guys were talking about in those discussions. So in West Virginia, our DEP has controlling authority for when it comes to many issues, septics being one of them, but any type of environmental impact, and that includes water. So although we do not have much that we can do when it comes to extraction and regulating that, what we do have is the ability for the counties to work in cooperation with DEP. And there is a lot of latitude there. So if the county were to go to DEP and say, we have these concerns, we're a situation of limited water, groundwater source, growing population, some pollution issues. We have a drought that has affected our county for years, consistently, year after year after year. You have many reasons for being concerned about the water, both the amount and the quality in Jefferson County. You could choose to go to DEP and work with them to set some monitoring and some restrictions. And this would be a cooperative agreement. It would not be a law. It would not be an ordinance. It would be almost like a memorandum of understanding between you and the Department of the Environment of the state. And I can tell you from talking with DEP, they know about our concerns that we, the legislators, have shared with them regarding Jefferson County and the growing population. And they are very interested in helping us. And they have qualified hydrologists that are, again, paid with your tax dollars, that can help guide what would be the best ways to ensure and protect the water for the future. Because we all have the same interests. We want to make sure that our citizens have enough water to live their lives and that the water is, of course, good quality water. So that's one of the things that I suggest that we do. We try to work on a cooperative agreement with DEP. And the other option that you guys have, so Jefferson County is one of the few counties in the state that has zoning and land use controls. So that gives you some power through ordinances and through the determinations of zoning to limit certain things. And I know I don't need to explain to you what zoning authority is, but we are lucky in Jefferson County that that is an option. That is not an option in every county. But you do have the ability to determine that some areas need to be restricted to certain things because of, some common sense reasons, like worrying about not having enough water or effects of water use. That could be a potential reason to amend the zoning map, just so you guys know. And I, as you know, am ready and able to continue to work with you on whatever I can do when it comes to regulations and, of course, legislation. But as you said, passing something down in Charleston is very difficult when it's something that only Jefferson County is asking for.
Right. Well, we appreciate your leadership on that. And one part of the story I forgot to include, I should have included it. We had two experts from DEP come and testify at that same meeting last year. It was a solid hour and a half of questions. It was really in depth. And what we decided to do after that was to reestablish the Water Advisory Committee. And thank you so much, Chairwoman Sell, and also Dr. Hitt for serving on it for the past year, and Mike and Kara for all the homework that you've done. And now we are where we are, where we've got some answers and we're in a position where we can actually do something here. I am not familiar with this process of developing a memorandum of understanding with DEP. That's really interesting to me. Because that might be something that's a little bit easier and achievable in a shorter time frame.
The technical term is a cooperative agreement, but I was just mentioning that it looks like a memorandum of understanding. That's what it looks like. It's a cooperative agreement to work with DEP for a particular concern or issue.
And it sounds like in your experience, this is something that they're interested in. This is not, I mean, in West Virginia, sometimes you have departments with so many requests and so many tasks that just can't get to it, right? But is this something that you think would be feasible and we could actually?
I do think it would be feasible. And by the way, they very strongly supported the legislation that we tried to pass, just so you all know.
No.
So
I have questions about
Okay.
zoning, but we have folks on this
Oh, you go
commission who
ahead.
are, no, please, who
Okay.
are experts on this and spend a lot more time on zoning. So I'll defer to others on that.
Sure. So in our concept plan process for planning and zoning, the cooperative agreement in theory could be added for large commercial projects or something of that sort, if they are not located in public utilities or are in private areas. certain designated areas maybe. And like the West Virginia Department of Highways, they have to get approvals for that and other coordinated agencies. That cooperative agreement, in theory, could that be added to that concept plan, like approval process?
I'm not really certain that it would be something that's related to the zoning.
Right.
So it's really either or both.
Okay.
So that cooperative agreement would just be a cooperative agreement that the Jefferson County Commission comes in to have, for example, monitoring of wells, or,
Commercial wells.
well, I mean, again, keep in mind that what we're concerned about is that folks' private wells are not being impacted, which means that you would have to have monitoring of some private wells, not just the commercial wells. You understand?
Right.
If your concern is you want to make certain that folks in the surrounding areas of some industries, that their wells are doing fine and they're not impacted, you do have to monitor. But again, we're not talking about banning, we're not talking about taking anybody's water away. We're talking about just watching it. And so we know if it starts being affected and starts having a problem, we can address the situation.
Right.
That's the point.
Right.
And that's just one of the options of a cooperative agreement that we could maybe have.
I think one issue you're getting at is whether or not this is going to be voluntary for private wells. And that's
Right.
something I would be very interested in making sure that it's completely on a voluntary
Of
basis.
course.
And I think it's in the best interest of those surrounding residential wells, if they are concerned about their wells for water quantity and potentially quantity, but mainly quantity being impacted, they would want that monitoring to ensure that, as the years go on and this company or any company comes in, that they're not negatively impacted. And they, we can have a monitoring of that. But that would be a volunteer, not a,
Yes, definitely not forced
Big
on
brother.
anybody.
Yes,
Exactly.
yes.
Mike, did you hear from anybody in Middleway that might be concerned about their private wells? I think I heard about.
Just one or two. There are a lot of concerns out there and a lot that are in the vicinity of the Sidewinder wells they're talking about really want to have monitoring in place. I've heard from some others that don't, but most of them actually do want to have so that they know early and that they can try to get things adjusted early. Some of the communication with Sidewinder, they also recommended doing that and wanted to do voluntary monitoring so they knew if they were starting to affect it. So that is certainly something they did put up. And some of their conversations were having their pumps set higher so that if it had any effect, they could adjust theirs and shut theirs down earlier, which I certainly think if you have a large quantity user that's adversely affecting the residential or farmland wells, they need to be shut down before it adversely affects their neighbors.
Well, again, we're not saying the government has the power to shut them down. It would be, again, voluntary.
Correct. That is correct. Yes.
Senator, when we first talked about this last year with Delegate Funkhauser and Senator Barrett, it was a little bit unclear where this could go. We formed a water advisory committee to do some homework, give us some answers, give us some background research. We're looking at it again. I think we have a pathway now. Obviously, we haven't drafted anything, but if we could take a longer look at a potential cooperative agreement with DEP. I mean, what I was going to suggest is that we send in a request to DEP to examine X, Y, or Z under conditions A, B, and C. But I think what you've outlined, Senator, is far superior. We should take a look at a cooperative agreement with DEP that would be triggered under certain conditions. You've mentioned a couple of ideas, Commissioner Keys. And I think the next step forward would be to begin drafting that with council advising and also Department of Planning and Zoning. And then we can send some ideas to the Planning Commission for, would that go to the Planning Commission? I actually don't know. When you're doing something new, it's not clear what the pathway is forward, but let's get advice from council on what the process and the procedure would be for a cooperative agreement, since it's not an ordinance. I know how to do ordinances.
Thanks for bringing that up because it harkens back to that doggone flow chart I've been waiting on for a year and a half. But it would be nice to get a real indication of of how things are supposed to flow in the county for ordinances and for particularly with planning commission.
Mhm. Absolutely. Yes.
And the problem that we ran into is very unique because most large quantity users that are commercially driven are typically on public utilities.
Mhm.
So it's unusual and their primary use was water extraction, which was another layer to this. But
Right.
there are limited situations in which this happens other than farming. Farming is exempt via state code for large quantity users. As you said, Senator Rucker, it comes back into the aquifer and for that recharge. So this was a unique needle in a haystack problem. And I think we do need to work on some sort of solution that safeguards Jefferson County moving forward better and more clearly.
Yeah, I agree. And I'll just reiterate that, there is pending litigation on this. We don't know where it's going to go. And I think we're better off if we're prepared, regardless of how that turns out. We have the Planning Commission in that lawsuit. I'm back in the Planning Commission, obviously, but you just never know. So it's good to be prepared, and I'm glad we're doing our homework now.
I have a question for the senator, but I remember I do have a statement first, though. We had a gentleman came in here. He was an expert hydrologist about a year ago, and he said we have 8. Was it 6 or 8 large quantity users right now? He didn't specify what they did, whether it was agriculture or whatever. And he said we use 81 billion gallons a year in Jefferson County. That's what they monitor, and that's the usage that they have. Is there any way we could reach out to this gentleman and get those 8 users and break them down and see who they are and what they're doing? I mean, as far as is it all agriculture? I don't know. I would be very curious to know. Do you all
I
remember?
believe there's a monitoring program for large quantity users under DEP. We can ask for that information and bring that, because that needs to be in the record.
Okay. And a question for the senator, thank you for protecting our natural resources. Has there been any discussions down at the state protecting our always concerned about our resources being protected from our foreign enemies such as Russia and China? Has there been any discussions with how we can protect our resources from them?
So actually, just last year, we passed legislation that forbids foreign adversaries, as determined by the State Department, from buying land in the state of West Virginia. Now, of course, it's not retroactive, but moving forward. So they are not allowed to buy land in the state of West Virginia. That, of course, doesn't stop them from leasing or joining in there's a lot of organizations that get together to buy land jointly, and it would be very difficult to parcel out the individuals. But at least that was the first step. I do have to say that I haven't seen anything that concerns me overly. I haven't seen any major movement from any, foreign country, but it is something that I think is just always important that we just keep in mind that our natural resources are for the citizens of the state of West Virginia, and we want to ensure that they have access to them.
Okay. Well, thank you. I know there's nothing, there's one thing we would all agree on is that we want protected from our foreign enemies. So it's China and Russia for sure. So thank you for
Yes,
that.
Of course. I believe it was Delegate Ridenhour's bill. I think he was the sponsor of it.
And I would add that we would also want to protect from out of county residents. So our number one priority should be ensuring that we have enough water for our own residents before out of state or out of county entities come in for the purpose of taking it. So I think we can all agree on that too.
Well, if I may, I do want to also just emphasize that when I speak to constituents, they are really, really hoping that Jefferson County does remain rural, does remain that we protect our farms, that we protect our rural areas. It's something that I hear regularly, that they're just concerned about the growth outpacing the space and all the resources. So I do want to let you know that I hear that from constituents on a very regular basis.
Thank you so much. We're going to talk about growth in just a second.
Oh.
These are all interrelated issues. Would you mind sticking around, Senator, so we can do that discussion together? I did want to check in really quickly with Chairwoman Sell again about membership of the Water Advisory Committee. Did anybody else have any questions for Senator Rucker on this topic? We're going to come back to the broader growth issues in just a minute.
No, thank you for coming.
And thank you for all your hard work on these bills. You work so hard for our state, so thank you.
Yeah, of course, you're welcome. Do you want me to stay here or just stay nearby?
I think we're going to end up taking a quick break anyway, so
Okay, nearby.
just come on back and just.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
May I?
Yes, of course.
Just so staff is clear on what's expected, I think a motion would be in order directing us as to what it is you want us to do with regard to this cooperative agreement. So we're really clear on what we're to carry out.
Well, what I would like to do is consult with you and Mr. Ward or Mr. Grow, whom I don't see, on what.
Where did he go?
On what the process is for moving forward, and bring it back to the next agenda. I mean, we could do it right now. I just don't know what the process would be. And I don't see Mr. Grow. So that's.
I would recommend that we deferring it out to legal and to make sure that we're moving forward correctly.
Okay, so maybe a motion could be a cooperative agreement with DEP in cases of large quantity users on private wells that are ag exempt.
Well,
Would that-
we don't want to ask our counsel to draft anything. So what I'd really like is just advice on the process for moving
Okay.
forward. And not seeing an opportunity to do that right now. So we could move to direct counsel to advise on this. Or, I mean, I think I can just bring it back on the agenda for the next meeting. And then once we have a better understanding of how we pursue cooperative agreements, then we can have counsel explain that at the next meeting.
That works.
Does that work?
Yes, that works for me.
Does that work for you,
Yes.
Mr. Goodwin?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Is that all right with you, Commissioner?
Oh, yeah.
Pease? Okay, great. All right, we'll move on to a subpart before we get to growth generally. One more thing on water specifically, Chairwoman Sell. We talked a little bit earlier about membership of the Water Advisory Committee. Dr. Hitt has served our community and has moved on, so we have at least one opening. My understanding is WVDEP
Great job, Lynn.
is doing so much hard work around the state, but has not been able to join our advisory committee yet, and it's been a while.
Correct.
So are there other issues? Are there other vacancies? What's the situation with membership?
Certainly. So Eddie updated me today. We have three that have been outstanding that have not been filled to date since we've reconstituted the Water Advisory Committee. One is the Shepherdstown Water Department. I had an initial discussion with Mayor Katz, but I think he would like to talk to a county commissioner. I do know someone who is on that committee, a man by the name of John Breslin. It would be up to the Shepherdstown, but I would say John Breslin served on the Chemical Safety Board and was twice Senate confirmed and but it's up to the Shepherdstown. Let me get to the other one. We have a resident that has applied for the vacant seat. Harpers Ferry Water Works has not been able to, I believe, identify anyone. I can reach, if you would like, or we could reach out to them and see if there's someone on their board. We do have, I think it's very important to have municipal and PSDs with the growth in the county on. West Virginia State Department of Environmental Protection, I have worked very closely with the Potomac Basin Coordinator, and that works. There's a new Potomac Basin Coordinator. I haven't met her. I've been on some calls with her. They work a lot on the water improvement plans for the Chesapeake Bay water quality TMDLs. That is an external position where it goes to other communities and speaks. It depends what your flavor is. Listening to Senator Rucker, there might be some DEP that might be a better fit for what you have. It's your call, what you are looking to do legislatively and with a cooperative agreement.
So is it fair to say there's 4 empty chairs?
There are 4 empty chairs, yes. Mhm.
And we could use.
And I believe there, a resident has applied. Eddie said that it is typically the work of the county commission when they post or when they have interviews, they try to have interviews for the entire suite.
Right.
So we can jump on it and I can work with Commission, Vice President Keys to do the outreach. I think the outreach does well when it comes from a county commissioner.
Okay.
I'll put you that way.
Well,
Then,
we'll-
but I'm happy to do it, but I think it bodes well when it comes from a county commissioner.
I think that if we announce it and we don't get applicants other than the one, I think that we should move forward with that one. So we're not sitting with as many seats vacant.
Yeah, we
Agreed.
might have quorum problems. Yeah.
I agree. It will help with the quorum.
Is there an issue with West Virginia DEP sending somebody? Is there? I'll
I
call
think
it
she was new to the role and I don't know. I don't know
Okay.
what the correspondence has gone to DP, so I can't speak to that, but
Should reach out to them just to ensure that they know they have a spot and they can get them over there.
certainly.
Okay, we'll have that on the agenda for our next meeting as well, filling
Okay.
those seats.
We're meeting Monday, so we can, or afterwards.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. Thank you so much. Any other questions for Chairwoman Zell?
If we
Commissioner
have,
Keys?
if we are not successful in filling some of these slots with what we had in our bylaws, maybe we might want to consider the requirements of what they are. I'm open, but maybe more community seats or well, what folks with wells or folks who have some sort of technical expertise that might not be associated with Harper's Ferry or Shepherdstown with their water systems, but maybe they might be water experts in some other quadrant and they could be helpful on the Water Advisory Committee.
I would agree. That's kind of a direction I was thinking anyway, since if they're not able to come, some of the places are very small and may not have anybody able to or willing to. If they're not, I think that we should open that up to something that's just a citizen with hopefully expertise in that.
When advisory committee meet?
I think she said Monday.
We're meeting Monday. We're having a special meeting with the fair and our secretary who is wearing a lot of hats. She
Well, the reason I ask is it might be a good discussion topic about expanding or widening the membership, or who do we get to fill? Who knows who that would be good? Something like that, because that is an important board. And they're doing great work for us, and I would like to see those spots filled as soon as possible, with qualified people, of course, so.
Right. And
Thank
one
you.
thought on that, we have a municipal representation, which I think is a really good idea. I'm glad we did that. But we are spending so much time talking about groundwater that it would be nice to bring in some expertise on groundwater issues because the municipalities rely on that a whole lot less. So perhaps especially since we're talking about this issue so much, it would be nice.
That's a great
to try and
idea.
recruit
That's a great
somebody
idea.
with that kind of background.
Good.
Yeah.
All good, great comments.
Thank
Thank you
you.
So
for the input.
Let me
should
ask
we
my-
direct Ms. Sell to maybe add this as a discussion? Is it too late to add this as a discussion item because you already posted the agenda?
We just sent the
Okay,
agenda out,
okay.
so
Maybe at the next meeting.
yeah, or we could slip in a special meeting.
Yeah. True.
So,
Okay.
Can we-
Never
and keep
Well, I was
those
gonna suggest
technical
that, yeah.
questions coming.
Next on our agenda, we have
Thank
growth
you.
issues generally. Thank you, Chairwoman Sell. We have growth issues generally. I would like to take a quick bio break. Senator Rucker, can you stick around for a few minutes? Okay, thank you so much. We'll take a quick recess for 5 minutes.
Did somebody help me to the restroom?
No problem. Only next one, better than that's right there.
Yeah, that's why I kind of blew it up earlier to see it.
Yeah.
Y'all ready?
Yes.
Reconvening after a brief recess. We're on agenda item number 5, growth should pay for growth. We are already familiar with this concept with impact fees, but as was stated earlier, impact fees are a weaker version. It's a one-time payment. And there is a concept that's in other states, adequate public facilities ordinances. We see that in Maryland. West Virginia is superior to Maryland in every single way, but they do have some good ideas every now and then. So we've asked our Director Goodwin to give us a presentation on this, which he has, and that information is included in the packet. I've also done some research and I've heard about a concept called concurrency, which is similar. And we see that in other states like South Carolina. I did a table drop for y'all on a bill that was introduced in South Carolina last year. It's this 2-pager. And the underlined text is about concurrency programs. It's similar to APFOs. So I'm just going to read it into the record. Obviously, the context is extremely important, but I don't want to be reading all day. So I'll try to read this really quickly. Concurrency programs in which the governing authority conditions approval of land development activities on public facility and service adequacy. A concurrency program may also be referred to as an adequate public facility program. Concurrency programs must ensure public facilities and services necessary to support development are adequate to serve that development based on reasonable and locally documented level of service standards and proportionate share methodologies. I really think that's the key concept here, the level of service standards according to a set methodology. That was just a comment, sorry, but moving on. A governing authority adopting concurrency may require public facility and service contributions sufficient to offset a development's proportionate share impacts on facilities and services, and also may accept excess capacity contributions made pursuant to a written agreement with the property owner. However, under the subsection, the governing authority must take into consideration any contributions made by payment of development impact fees or other instruments for the same impacts on relevant facilities and services. Local governing authorities and property owners may enter into written proportionate share, cost sharing, or other similar agreements to facilitate exercise of any authority or requirement under this subsection. So again, it's a totally different context, different state, different laws, et cetera. We have different laws here in West Virginia, but we also have the ability to change those laws. And we have Senator Rucker here with us tonight. There's more than one senator in the West Virginia Senate, but she happens to be chair of the committee with jurisdiction over what local governments have authority to do. So we're very pleased that she's here with us tonight. And one of the questions I have is, as I called around and did some basic research on this, the advice that I got was, if you're going to pursue something like concurrency or APFOs in West Virginia, it's not really going to make much sense unless you get all the different government bodies that are responsible for providing public facilities on the same page. And that's that follows your presentation, Director Goodwin, right? I see you nodding over there.
Correct.
Right. So we at the county government do not provide schools. We do not provide water and sewer. Those are different government bodies, as we've talked about earlier tonight. On our
We're
next,
certainly not responsible for the highways.
exactly. Thank you. I neglected to mention one of the most important ones. The states do the highways. The state does the highways. So if we wanted to go down this pathway, the advice we got during our last meeting is that we would have to update our comp plan. We'd have to update our CIP, but that's only a narrow sliver of what needs to be done, because similar work would have to be done with other government bodies with jurisdiction over different public facilities that are incredibly relevant. It seems clear to me that if this is something that we as a commission are interested in looking at, and if the senator is interested in looking at, that we need to call on other government bodies to weigh in as well, and to be collaborative on this. What I'm hearing from different elected officials is that something that they're interested in. But I think we need to have a robust discussion. And Senator Rucker, if you could join us again. Again, thank you so much for being here. One of the questions that we're grappling with is, this is something that we're interested in doing, and I'll provide a practical, pragmatic, simple explanation because it's something we hear about from constituents all the time, but something that maybe, if you're just coming into this discussion, haven't heard before. When new developments come in, new housing comes in, the complaint that we get is, well, what about the ambulance service? The county's responsible for providing ambulance service. We as commissioners have been talking about this for a year. How can we address this issue? Yes, we can look at different county policies, et cetera. But in my opinion, if we're not addressing the underlying issue, which is the booming housing growth in the county, it's like pouring water into a leaking bucket. You will alleviate the problem somewhat for a little bit, but the water keeps draining out of the bucket and the fundamental problem remains. And to complete the analogy, I would say, or metaphor, you have to plug the hole. And I think there needs to be some sort of legislation to have the authority to do either a concurrency program or APFO or something so that we can tie housing to ambulance service and other necessary services, public services that governments provide. Beyond the county government, we have schools, we have roads, et cetera. But if you don't tie it to growth, then you're always playing catch up and you're always behind. So I guess one of the questions I have is, as difficult as it is to get legislation through Charleston, do you think it's possible and do you think it's wise to examine this issue as something we do in collaboration with the legislature, where the legislature and your committee could look at concurrency programs or APFOs or similar concepts so that we can tie growth to public facilities needs?
So it is my understanding that this is the way zoning got put into the code and urban growth boundaries, annexations, those type of things. It came from county and local governments coming to the legislature and asking, we would like the authority to do this. This is a Dillon state, which means that you do have to come to the state to ask for the authority. But if you guys requested of us and there is interest, we can definitely introduce legislation, which dealt with water monitoring. We have had a lot of success when it came to passing legislation that specifically the Eastern Panhandle was requesting when it comes to urban growth boundaries, annexation, zoning, impact fees. Almost all of that came from the Eastern Panhandle. And we went down there and we were able to make those changes. So I do think that that is a very possible potential thing we might be able to get through. I also want to emphasize that it helps greatly when we are very specific exactly what it is you're asking. If it's something very general that gives you guys the authority to just start adding fees, adding taxes, changing, the metrics of property rights, I think that would be difficult. But if it's something that's very specific to address a specific need of the growth, I think that is definitely doable.
Thank you. That's a really good legislative history. Zoning, urban growth boundaries, annexation, impact fees, those were brought to the legislature at the request of counties and municipalities and from the Eastern Panhandle.
Pretty much, yes.
Well, that's inspiring. Okay. Maybe we can do something here. We're at the very nascent stages here. And what I'm hearing from you, Senator, is that we need to draft something with that's advanced. Well, maybe draft is not the right word, but request something that's very advanced and specific so that the burden on Charleston is much lower. It's very clear what's needed.
Exactly. And again, what you're doing is you're requesting the authority for something. It's something we would add to that section of code that talks about what counties are authorized to do.
I have some ideas for next step forward, but I want to defer to my colleagues. Are there any questions or
in-
comments on this?
Yeah, so in doing something like this in the county, one of the unique things we have with as much municipalities as we have, how would this affect that? Would this be something that, as we put this in, it's a slow growth thing in the county, and it, there again, pushes more growth into the municipality that doesn't have that requirement? That's a problem. If it's something that we're working together with the municipality, because there again, we're back to the municipalities have a lot of the growth, which it does make sense. They're central in the county. That's where we should see the more dense growth. But if they're having the growth and aren't having to contribute, not necessarily municipality, but the builders in that area, we've just created another problem. And that's kind of what happened several years ago when the county started making it much more difficult to grow and build in the county. The codes changed, the cities welcomed that. And we started seeing a lot of annexation in and a lot of growth within the municipality. And I think that is a problem.
Sounds like if we do it alone, it could backfire.
Correct. That's my concern. If we did it alone, it could backfire.
And I would just like to mention too, I mean, as Commissioner Mood said, we would need buy-in from the municipalities.
Mhm.
And it wouldn't work for the county to do this. The municipalities don't do it. And, I asked the question, does anybody think that we can work with the municipalities on this? And just to remind everybody, we had a kickball game 2 weeks ago. We had one municipality that refuses to even play kickball with us. So if you really think they're going to agree to this, it's a waste of time, in my opinion.
Well, actually, so yesterday I had a meeting with the mayor of Charlestown, that municipality,
Mhm.
and the acting city manager, and great meeting. And a lot of what I was trying to reach out to them to do is pass that olive branch out.
Mhm.
Let's figure out a way. We've got to work together. And if we keep swatting at one another, that's not good for the county.
I agree.
So, I would hope we can get past that. And I will say it was a very positive meeting.
Okay.
I agree with you, Commissioner Mood. I think it's important that we work with all of our municipalities because we do ultimately have a lot of the shared goals. We have a lot of the same problems that are impacting both the cities and the counties. And for example, we have a state code to provide fire service. And we have to work in collaboration with the cities to ensure that everyone's safe, both in the rural areas and in the city. And so it's just, we have to work together on these issues. And I think there's a lot of room for improvement, but I feel hopeful with repairing and having a positive relationship.
And just clarification, the state codes on EMS.
Oh, sorry, I said,
Yeah.
sorry. Talking about fire.
It gets cloudy,
I
but yes,
know.
the state codes
Thank
on
you.
EMS, not fire.
Yes.
Well, I think what needs to happen is we need to reach out to the municipalities and also the school board
Mhm.
and say, we have a county-wide issue here that everybody is interested in. All of our residents are interested in. They're telling our legislators it's a problem. They're telling us it's a problem. I assume they're telling them it's a problem. And if we want to do something that's cohesive, we can't just do it at the county level and initiate it because, like you said, Commissioner Mood, well, then the growth is just going to move to another area.
Correct.
And it just doesn't really solve the problem. Plus, it's better to be collaborative from the get-go.
Absolutely.
I do understand it's a tall order, Commissioner Saab. I
Yes.
do understand that. And yeah, just to be really frank about it, I mean, we had some disagreements about, the process of selling the county buildings that led to some consternation and a little bit of friction. But it's been a year. Let me go back again, say, hey, maybe that didn't go as well as it could have.
Right.
And take ownership of that.
Mhm.
And let's try and restart the conversation, or at least say, okay, well, maybe that one didn't go well. Can we work on something else together? And can we work on this together? Because I think there's a lot of folks, I don't speak for anybody who's elected at the municipal level, but I think there's a lot of folks elected at the municipal level who agree that this is a huge problem. And if they don't agree that it's a huge problem for their municipality, I can show them some facts and figures that show that as the cities grow, it's definitely a huge problem for rural residents in the county who need their ambulance service. And those stats are compelling.
Correct.
And I think I can make that pitch. So I think the next step here is to call for a convening of some kind, an intergovernmental convening summit, whatever you want to call it, a meeting of some kind where the municipalities, the county, the school board, any body that has the responsibility of providing public facilities and is feeling the strain of growth in Jefferson County can participate in this discussion, talk about what the problems are for that jurisdiction. We know what our problems are. It's ambulance, but it's other stuff too. And perhaps come up with a joint process for moving forward, perhaps an intergovernmental committee. I know that in other jurisdictions where they have APFOs or they have concurrency, there are intergovernmental boards that assess these things and provide facts and figures to establish and to buttress that APFO or concurrency framework. I think that's the next step here. Senator, is this something that you'd be interested in and could help us
Absolutely.
call for?
A matter of fact, I think that you need to include us because again, whatever ends up being agreed upon is legislation that needs to get introduced.
Right.
And I just want to point out timeline wise, if you want it for the next legislative session, it would be best if we had an idea of what you wanted by end of November.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful.
I know it's a,
I think if it comes from the county alone, it sounds like we just want help with our stuff. But I think if we speak together on this, and if you'd be willing to help with that, I'd very much appreciate it.
would have, if it had passed, giving the county some authority to restrain the annexations of cities and municipalities. And the whole intent of that language was because, as you stated, you have responsibilities for that growth too. And it is a little unfair that you don't have any control over it, but yet you have to take on the responsibilities that come with it. And the state feels the same way. I will tell you that there is a lot of state leaders who know the infrastructure issues we're having and the difficulty to keep up with the transportation needs of a growing population, but we don't have a say. We can't tell you no when you decide to keep approving more housing. So we're very interested in being part of that discussion, I can assure you, because the roads are getting congested. Folks are complaining. Just right now, I'm getting emails of complaint because the Department of Highways is cleaning and repairing the road 115, and it is causing delays for school buses and the folks that live up on the mountain. And I haven't been able to respond to every single person who's reaching out to me, but that's what it means when you have to fix a road. We're going to have to close it down to let the work happen, or we have to make it alternate, only one lane through, and people have to take turns. So these folks are asking us to improve the roads, and then they complain that we're improving the roads. Like, we can't have it both ways. So I just want to put it out there. We definitely should be part of that conversation.
Absolutely.
All right, I will move to invite relevant government bodies to an intergovernmental meeting with legislators on addressing residential growth and public facilities needs next month.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second discussion. I'll ask the senator, does that fit roughly the timeline? Do you think that makes sense?
Oh, definitely. As soon as you can get this started, that would be
Okay.
great. Yes.
Other comments and thoughts, questions?
So one portion component of this, and it's the next agenda item. I don't know if I should say it now or later. Or
You can comment on it, but we shouldn't move
Yeah.
to action on that until
Okay.
we address this
Okay,
motion.
you have no comment.
Okay, all right. There's a motion and it's a second. There's a motion from the chair and also a second from Commissioner Heffestay. Any further questions or comments before we vote? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Could you stick around for just a second? This one is on topic.
Yes.
Commissioner Keys?
Yes, so we have a fantastic GIS department. Jessica Gormant has worked hard, and we actually just announced today that we have our Valley Link map live that we created, our staff created themselves due to the lack of information provided from Valley Link in the data share. So what our staff did is they worked very hard the past few weeks to showcase all the potential paths, estimated approximate line boundaries based off of the map lines that were shown on the Valley Link map, their GIS. And so they tried to merge by hand the proposed areas, and that allows property owners to understand from an aerial perspective how they could be impacted. But just kind of piggybacking off of the problems of growth that we've incurred in the history of this, 20 years ago, having these approvals and entitlements, and you're now seeing phase 4, 5, 6, 7 in municipalities, outside of municipalities. It's, as Mrs. Stroud said, you should have growth within municipalities, and I do agree with that. The problem is that we have two major areas that have approved the growth, but Jefferson County is part of that. But, Charlestown and Ranson and the county, I think, are the largest growth corridors. I think that those two municipalities are about 72, 75% the last time I checked. But when they're growing, the problem we're not seeing from a planning perspective is that our schools don't understand what's happening, what's been approved. There's technically 6 zoning ordinances in the county. You have Bolivar, Harpers Ferry, Shepherdstown, Charlestown, and Ranson, and then you have the county. So I guess 6. And when they're all being approved, there's not one centralized source showing all of the approved subdivisions, all of the approved concept plans at what stage. And so it would be helpful if we had a GIS map that worked concurrently with our mapping software, but also with the municipalities to show a subdivision map. So it could be some sort of layer or a separate map entirely that could help for planning purposes. So when, for example, on city council, city of Charlestown approves, for hypothetically, 2,000 new homes, while Ranson approves 1,500 and then we approve 900. It's really important that we understand where those are being approved and the school board understands. Dr. Bishop, I think I think we talked with him about 6 months ago at the open house of Shepherdstown Elementary School, and they mentioned a few board members and him also mentioned the need to understand where the growth is being approved so that they can adequately plan over the next 5 to 10 years for schools with these hotspots that are coming up. So it might be important to have a GIS map, whether it be separate or a layer that's added to our existing. The problem is that if you add a layer to our existing map, we also would love to have the cooperation of the municipalities because that's where a lot of these growths happening. So I would like to have this component added. And is there any other thoughts on this?
I will say it's, again, beyond my expertise. But I think if this is something that the other government bodies are interested in, I think it's a demonstration of goodwill on our part that we want to be collaborative. We want to be helpful. We have this tool. We have a GIS department.
Yeah.
We can help.
Right.
And if it benefits them to have this information for their planning purposes, then I want to be helpful.
Yeah. And I think one of the setbacks we've had is we haven't worked together. And this, I think, goes back decades between the municipalities and the county. So if we can, and working concurrently with the school board and other agencies potentially to monitor how this growth impacts other areas and agencies, I think it would be very much helpful. I think one of the items I'd like to see at this meeting is Jessica Gormant coming with the GIS department or somebody from our GIS to maybe offer some wisdom during that meeting. So as we're talking about solutions, she might she would have the expertise to really chime in and offer what she could do from a software perspective to merge with other municipalities if they're willing to work with us, which I hope they are.
Okay, I think it's a really good idea.
Yeah.
Does she know what we want?
No, and if
So to me, it's like she is an expert. I'm not. So it's
Right.
just it's not exactly clear to me what we're asking her to do for that meeting.
So for Jessica, for our GIS department, it would be helpful to have her here as we're talking. If the school board is there and the other municipalities are there for a governmental meeting about managing growth, one of the components is monitoring subdivisions and how that impacts, for example, the school board. And so having her there, if we can, as we're talking through that component of the growth, I think her understanding the big picture view, not just from the county planning and zoning, but also the municipalities and how we could potentially merge for one centralized map that could essentially be used by the school board and other entities. So example, you could have a big map up and you could say, Keys Gap Ferry subdivision is a new one that just pops up, and it's been approved and it has 772 homes. And that data we could take, if you say the average household size is 2.6 times that, and the school board could make some estimated projections as to how the population will grow over the phased out completion of that subdivision that was just approved. So you merge that with other municipalities in the county, and then you have this big picture understanding of how the subdivisions will impact their planning. And I think right now, it's really hard for them to keep up with what's being approved in the 6 agencies that are currently independently making decisions. So it would be helpful, I think, for planning of the school board, as one example, and I'm sure there's others as well.
Wouldn't the school board already have some type of a formula that they use for this? I don't know. I mean, it might be a question for the
I think,
school.
well, the formula would probably be based off of impact fees, which is really too late.
Yeah.
Because you're now planning when housing is actually here instead of ahead of time.
Yeah.
That's what I missed, because I assumed that they've got this information already, but you're saying it's based on impact fees, which.
My understanding based on impact fees, yeah.
End
So
of process.
it's too late. It's kind of, they don't understand a new developments until the permit is pulled for, a rack of townhomes. And so if the school board will, of course, see new subdivisions once they're breaking ground, but they might not know of the approvals when it's still raw land. And so that's where you're able to kind of be a little bit more proactive, potentially years ahead of when these permits are being pulled. For example, what is it? There were Huntfield, I think, was approved in the early 2000s, and you're still seeing the build out of those phases. And so it was supposed to be, I'm sure, a 5 to 10 year project, 5-year, I'm sure, but because of the recession and other things, it slowed down, and now you're seeing, those permits being pulled. But it's good to know, depending on the absorption of the growth of those subdivisions that are approved, it would be really helpful, I think, for the school board for planning purposes. Of course, we haven't seen huge growth in the elementary and the middle school sector, but as these subdivisions are being approved, I do think we're going to see an uptick long term. And I think to say otherwise is just when population exceeds far beyond what has been previously done, you're going to see eventually an uptick as these families have kids that are school aged and go to school. So I think it would be very helpful for them, not even for impact fees, but just for understanding what corridors that they might need to consider growth areas in the future. Could be buying land. It could be consideration of where kids are located, that's their decision.
Yeah, I see the benefit of getting ahead of it.
Mhm.
And again, we're just providing information. Obviously, we're not trying to step on anybody's toes,
Right.
but that's the kind of the theme of this whole discussion. And we want to provide information, be collaborative, et cetera. I see this as a sign of goodwill.
Right.
I'll move to direct GIS staff to prepare mapping based on data that the county has about proposed, approved, and active subdivisions for the intergovernmental meeting and to liaise with the county commission to prepare that so we can be a little bit more clear about what we want.
If I may add,
Senator.
you're inviting them to be part of that meeting to prepare that map, not that they have it prepared before the meeting. So I just want to make
Right.
sure you're clear.
Right. So they wouldn't.
Could you help me phrase it?
Yeah, so I think a good motion might be to ask the GIS staff to be there and to present a proposal as to how we could interrelate the cities and the county subdivisions in a GIS mapping software for the benefit of other agencies such as school board. So there would be no finished product here. I think she would need to be there, but present some ideas and listen to the municipalities in the county.
Okay, I think I get it. Can you work with Jessica on that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Do I need a,
Right, so can you just make that motion?
sure, yeah, I can just, yeah, sure.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Key, seconded by Commissioner Mood. So there was kind of, it wasn't as smooth. Does everybody understand what we're talking about? Are there questions about the motion? Okay.
Okay.
We need to restate.
Yeah, so could we, the motion was to direct our GIS staff to create a preliminary proposal as to how we could have a GIS map that interrelates the 5 municipalities and the county subdivision approvals for planning purposes such as school board understanding of growth. And then I think the friendly amended item was to have Kara Keys speak with Jessica with preliminary clarification, but not direction, just.
It's probably best that Kara and I work together.
Okay.
Excellent.
Didn't know you were there.
Would you like to be with us, Eddie?
It's probably best that you and I meet and I will direct staff.
Okay. So we've got that motion. Do you have clarity on that? Yeah, I'm saying yes. Okay, further questions on the motion?
Do we have to amend that just to work with staff, with the Urban County Administrator?
Okay.
I thought that was kind of the
Okay.
intention anyway, I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, do we have clarity on the motion? And we have questions on the motion? Any comments on the motion? Let's call the vote. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Senator, this has been really, really helpful.
Thank you.
You so much. If we can just take a quick break, and then we'll move on with our agenda.
Thank you.
Well, that was actually the unexpected part, but. Pardon? That was actually the unexpected part, but yeah.
Reconvening after a brief recess, we are on agenda item number 6, fire safety requirements for new housing developments, dry hydrants, cisterns, and storage tanks. There's at least one commissioner, perhaps two, that is far more knowledgeable about this topic than I am, perhaps 3 or 4. And I'll ask Commissioner Mood to lead this discussion.
Yeah, so one of the things that has come out throughout the years when a new subdivision is coming in is comments from the local fire chief. And one of the things as one of the fire chiefs in the county that I've always sent, usually the messages came late, but we always replied that if you're having a subdivision coming in that does not have public water and sewer, our recommendation is that it have some sort of a cistern or a water tank in it for fire suppression if it's outside of hydrant areas. It's never really moved forward. And this year with the one of the members on the planning commission and I have talked about it because both of us had a fire safety background. And we've really kind of started looking more and more at that and want to start moving forward with that because there are a lot of things that can come from that. As we start talking about having water stored or dry hydrants available in areas that don't have fire hydrants, that is providing better public safety for that community. Not only is it providing better public safety for that community, it's also for people within a certain distance from that source, improving what's called their ISO rating, which is what their homeowner's insurance is based on. If we can have water sources available and reduce their ISO rating, typically you will see out in the outlying areas, an ISO rating of 9. If you're on a hydrant or a certified dry hydrant or cistern, you can actually reduce that to a 6. That change from a 9 to a 6 can very easily drop somebody's homeowner's insurance about 30%. And improve overall public safety. As we're seeing further out into the counties, we'll use Middleways area as an example. In Shepherdstown, I'm sorry, in Sun Point, last year we had a structure fire and we would have liked to have been able to flow about 500 gallons of water to the fire to be able to put it out. Well, the distance to water availability kept us down at a rate of about 38 gallons a minute and very regularly running out of water. Average response time to a hydrant and back was about 40 minutes for a tanker. So the number of tankers that need to go to meet the needs becomes higher and higher and higher. And now we've taxed our resources and some of the tankers can get out, some cannot. So it's something that we wanted to work with the planning department and start putting regulations in that would require the subdivisions looking at about 6 homes or more to be required to have either a tank within the community or multiple tanks in the community, depending on the size, if they were going to move forward. And that's something that Bruce Chrisman, who sits on the planning commission, and I've worked quite a bit about. And I think that is a very positive way to look at fire suppression in the more rural areas of the county, which are the outlying areas. Some of the mountain area is starting to get some hydrants where West Virginia American Water is over in like the Keys Ferry Acres area, West Ridge Hills area. That's got some hydrants there now, which helps improve that. But then you take the whole Shenandoah side. There again, you're adding a lot of response time to get tankers to turn around. And in turn, the loss rate on the houses is almost 100%. So it's something we definitely should be looking at.
Absolutely.
Loss rate on house refers to.
And
there's
the house
fire,
would catch,
it
the
gets
house
shut
would
down.
catch fire, correct, yeah.
When I first heard of the concept, I thought it was a good idea. And then somebody explained to me the ISO ratings and how it's going to lower people's insurance.
Correct,
Then I thought, okay, it's starting to look more like a no-brainer.
correct.
What's the downside? What?
So some of the downside could be you will, in a neighborhood, you will have to have the developer provide some space in the neighborhood that is common area that would have this tank on site. They'll have to do the installation of the tank. So that is going to add some cost to them. I think the sales point for them is as they can talk to the people who are buying in that neighborhood. While yes, this is an area that doesn't have fire hydrants, we do have this here, which will be an ISO certified tank and can get your rate down. So it kind of gives them a selling point there at least. So yeah, so there are some downs in costs to the builder that will add to the cost of the homes in that area. But overall, if you can reduce the ISO rating and improve their homeowners insurance rates, that can, over the long term, can actually balance itself out.
What's the cost of a dry hydrant?
Depending on if you have a stagnant water source to go into, if you have a stagnant water source to go into, the cost is very minimal. Stagnant water source being like a pond. If you're talking about a tank, that number I don't have. That's something we need to do, I think, some research on to see what they are and what the sizes should be. Because Loudon started out with 5,000 gallon tanks. 5,000 gallon tanks really don't mean a whole lot. When you look at the average tanker in the county carries 3,000 by itself. I think they moved up to a 10 and a 15,000. So it is certainly something we should look at to see kind of what a general cost is, because that is something, if we were to do that, does that cost to the developer? And I think before we were to move forward and do that, I think it's something that we should kind of have some general numbers on so they at least have some ideas what that cost could be.
Yeah, because if somebody's building 5 homes and has to put in a 15 or 20,000 gallon tank versus somebody putting in 100 homes, it's going to spread it out over,
Well, correct. And your 100 would have multiple of them.
Yes. 100%.
So yeah, so if you started at 6 homes, I always use a much lower number because if you're ask big. So I always started at a lower, like 3 or 4. But in a more reasonable number, you're probably really looking at about 6 homes in a neighborhood. But yes, I think that we should have some sort of an idea as to what the cost is. Typically, the way they are done is the HOA would maintain the tank as far as the ownership of the tank. The fire companies, when they draft out of them, which is pulling the water out for a fire, after the fire, they would come back and then fill it.
Refill it.
So that way that is not left on the HOA to do.
Okay.
I'm definitely interested in this. Other comments and questions?
No, I think so this would be in areas where, you're located outside of public utilities. So it's, as Commissioner Mood said, this is areas where we might not have easily accessible tap-in areas. And what you've explained to me is, I thought it would just be a few areas. You've said that there are major pitfalls throughout our county where we don't have a dry hydrant or an area of water source that can be easily accessed.
Correct. When we look at, if we were to pull up a map looking at fire response areas, if you look at any fire box area that has a K in it, that'll tell you that area is non-hydrated. So you could very easily look at a firebox map and see the county as a whole where tankers are being used. And that's an area where these would be going in.
Have there been any household fires in the county where the house was actually saved? Because every time I see one, the house is a total loss.
Actually, there are. Yeah, sometimes it all depends on response time. That's where staffing helps a lot. If you've got people hanging out at the station, if you've got staff on station, that the response is faster, that does. And unfortunately, with lightweight construction, which most of the new homes are, you are correct. A lot of times it is a loss. And when you're talking about a county that overall is a combination system, the response time to get out and the response members getting out is low, and saving a house can be difficult. But yes, we have seen some that have been saved. Is it a rarity? It's a rarity. But the other side of that is the more that house we can save, that's people's belongings in there. It is belongings that can't be replaced. And then there again, overall, doing something like this, if you can reduce the ISO rating, that's the bigger thing. If we're reducing the ISO rating and saving them significant amounts in their homeowners insurance, that's a long-term savings for them.
Commissioners, if I may, I know nothing about fire. and I
You
defer to
need your
you-
microphone.
I defer to you on the fire expertise. I was just looking at the ordinance tonight and on subdivisions that have public water, we have a fire hydrant requirement. But I thought I'd throw it out here. It's for if there's more than 150 dwellings. So if we're going to think about dry hydrants and fire hydrants, we might want to think about the fire hydrant number. We're talking about 6 houses for a dry hydrant, 150 houses for an actual hydrant seems.
So the difference on that is with the actual hydrants, your response times are very different. A lot of times you're actually laying out line from one to the other. So that makes that a lot different. So your distance is much lower. But yes, I don't disagree. I mean, the whole thing is we can look at some numbers to see what to do.
So on process, fire safety requirements for new housing developments. This is something that we can draft an outline of, and
I think we're still in the very early stages of that, but yeah, I think it's something we can get with legal and look at some outlines for that.
okay. And so we have full transparency. Let's bring it forward at a forthcoming meeting.
And I think we also, like Commissioner Stoddard said, we also need to kind of get a general idea as to what this is going to cost, because that is going to be a cost directly on the developer of that neighborhood.
And I think one of the things that we've talked about in the planning commission is that this would likely be a cost that's bared on the HOA, or if the HOA is ever dissolved, it would have to be explicit in the covenants that it's the responsibility of the folks that live in that subdivision that was created, or those lots, to maintain the dry hydrant.
So shall we pursue this like we pursued some agenda items we've moved past already?
I would
where we draft it, we bring it back
Yes.
to, okay, and do you want to work with particular department, DEPZ?
I think we need to look at legal first and see kind of what their stance is and draw some things up with that, and then work with the planning division, planning and department and see what is feasible for that.
Okay, and would you like to take the lead on this?
Yes,
Commissioner Mood?
I will.
Okay, and can we have you meet with Eddie as
Absolutely.
well? Okay, excellent. We need a motion like the last one, or is this straightforward enough?
I think there's a lot of work to be done.
I think there's a lot of work to be done.
I don't think we need a motion yet until we get
A
some.
little early.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think we're
Okay.
very early
Mhm.
to make a motion.
Okay, so look forward to hearing more on this topic.
Right.
And in fact, we will hear a little bit more on a very related topic from Director Goodwin, because we also want to look at impact fees for similar things. All right, Luke. We are on page 152, agenda item 7.
Thank you. I'm happy to keep this rather simple. This one is a request. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Planning Commission. As Commissioner Mood and Commissioner Keys have indicated, the Planning Commission right now has been considering essentially the first draft of a dry hydrants text amendment. I, for one, would also like to reiterate, it is not in its final form. There's a number of different things that we are working through. And one of those actions that Planning Commission took, including us eventually presenting to the fire chiefs soon, as well as legal looking into some of the other specific implications as to the way the current draft is put together, is to come before you and request the following. So essentially, as one of the main concerns with any dry hydrant adoption, especially for major subdivisions, which is what we are currently looking at, would be, again, the cost, not to mention somewhat the maintenance, but at least the initial cost. Some of the topics broached have been using impact fees to pay for it. So the request before you this evening, as voted for by the Planning Commission, is to request that the County Commission research and consider the impact fee schedule to include dry hydrants in areas where no hydrants currently exist. And additionally, or specifically, to ask that the impact fee consultant assess and quantify the potential impact of including dry hydrants within the impact fee schedule. So this is, as I mentioned, primarily to look at the cost. And I'm not here to give a whole presentation as to what the text amendment looks like. That is still being reviewed, considered, and we're looking through various different implications, both on installing them into future major subdivisions, as well as any potential processes that existing subdivisions that would be interested in installing a dry hydrant after the fact would include. So I'm not really here tonight to answer any questions about what we currently have drafted, but just this request from the Planning Commission to ask the County Commission to reach out to the impact fee consultants.
That seems perfect.
I think that's, I was going to say the same thing. I'd be happy to move a motion to do that.
And second.
There's a motion from Commissioner Stolper, seconded by Commissioner Mood, to direct county staff to contact the impact fee consultant and inquire about the potential effects of adding dry hydrants to the impact fee schedule. Questions or comments?
A great idea. Thank you.
I'm happy to do that. And if I'd like to take this brief opportunity to shout out once again our amazing GIS staff, who has once again come up with another map that will also show hydrants and then where dry hydrants are currently existing in the community.
Awesome.
She is very busy. Their entire department is very busy lately.
I could not live it down that someone mentioned Jessica Gorma before I did, so I wanted to at least catch up and read.
Excellent. We have a motion on the table. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, I think we haven't had enough praising of GIS quite yet. So let's keep this party going. We're agenda item number 8. We'll be discussing 8.1 and 8.3. What is the status on the Valley Link Transmission Project GIS display? I know we had a little bit of a challenge retrieving data. Where does that stand right now? And that is a question for
Me?
I thought it was a question for county staff, but I mean, if you have the information, go ahead.
Yes, so I was actually perusing on the new website. It looks incredible. So it was just posted today, I believe. Let me just pull that up. real
Today?
quick. Yeah, from if you go into the Jefferson County Commission
Excellent.
page. So our staff has worked very hard on this. And it is a interrelated, let's see, hold on one second. Give me one moment. And I think they might be fine tuning some components of it. But there is actually a link and it's in our ArcGIS. And there is a disclaimer, which is a needed term because Valley Link did not provide their exact coordinates of the proposed lines. So our GIS staff had to manually go through and try to approximate the boundaries as best they could. So it's very important that the constituents understand that these are approximate, but
Oh, wow. I'm looking at
As-
this now.
yeah, so
This
as
is
you,
awesome.
yeah, so it's very helpful. It shows, so you can actually click on your parcel and you can see there's an overlay to understand the boundaries as it relates to your parcel, but also all of your improvements, your roadway, your driveway, anything. So it's very helpful for residents who might be concerned that their property is impacted to know how it truly is. And then there's also other quadrants that they're putting on, and I think they might be still working on some things, but they got the bulk completed as soon as possible. So that's wonderful. I don't know if
Commissioner Keys, may I interrupt just very briefly to ask if our staff, is it possible to display this? Right now, I know if you haven't done it before, I know Eddie does it all the time. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's not play around with it if you haven't done it before. That's okay. No problem. No problem. Commissioner Keys.
Just to step in here, we submitted it both as a press release, so it went out through our alert system, and then on social media so that there is a direct link to the map for everyone.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. That's County Administrator Eddie Benitez on the line. Thank you so much, County Administrator. This is something that has an incredible amount of interest. And, you know, I wish I could show it on the screen, but I'm looking at it on my computer screen right now, and this is really spectacular.
It's bigger and worser than I thought it was going to be.
And so some of the features that they have on the map layers, if you, because we can't show it, I think it's important that I explain it. If you pull up the data source and you look at the top right of the screen, there's a tab that says map layers. And if you click on that, there's several things that are located here. And if you click on to unsee, there's like a show the layer. There's address, the historic resources, the Valley North proposed transmission lines, roads, water features, historic areas, the parcel outline, the buffer, protected lands, zoning districts, existing land use, and the county boundary line. So they're all just very helpful things as well. So I think the other thing, the Goose Dobbs, will be worked on. I think we made that motion as well. So I assume that will be made available at some point too. But this is the proposed line that has a lot of attention right now. So I think this is really good for folks who are trying to understand their potential impacts.
Well, this one is getting a lot of attention and it should, but like you said, all of the lines are of interest to the community and they, to the extent that we can,
Right.
Hopefully we won't have the same problem retrieving the data.
And that data is actually going to be pretty easy because most of the other line has no new lines. There's a few, I think, potential easement areas, but they're just making a taller. They're not widening their easement. I think it's a 200-foot easement. They're not having to widen. They're just making that taller. But I'm sure that would be a very easy endeavor since it's for the most part an existing right of way. So easement.
I have some comments on this that lead into the next agenda item, but do we have comments on the GIS status, this map, questions? Okay. I want to bring something up about this topic generally. We're going to talk about 8.1 and 8.3 at the same time, if that's okay with everyone. So at our most recent meeting, Thursday, August 6th at 9:30 a.m. This was a day meeting. I'm going to hold this up. We had multiple pages of requests to speak. And we had a day meeting with staff who were waiting to talk. And we had legislators and special guests, et cetera. And we had to get to those people. And then we had to come back to hear from other folks who wanted public comment during public comment. I think it's a fair guess that the vast majority of these folks wanted to talk about Valley Link because that was on the agenda. And I could just tell because of the signs and the discussion during recess. I think it's unfortunate that we couldn't hear from everybody. And I also think it's unfortunate that on a topic like this with so much interest and I'll say so much frustration in our community because folks who are potentially losing their homes or potentially having land on their property being bulldozed haven't had a chance to really say what's on their mind. I think it's unfortunate that, they're limited to 3 minutes a pop. That's the way we have to do it because we have other business to get to. But what strikes me is when I look at this list and I see so much interest in this topic, I think it would be a benefit and a service to our community if we had a special meeting on this topic to allow everybody to speak at length. And I think we've made it abundantly clear that this is not a county commission decision and not a county commission project. I was concerned about that at first, but we've said it about 100 times now. And I think the point has been made. So I think if we do convene the community to talk about this at length and allow people to speak and detail exactly what the risks are that they're facing and the potential costs and the potential loss of their homes and farms and farmland, I think people will appreciate it. And I've heard that after the meeting from a lot of people who wanted to speak and didn't get a chance to do so. So I think we should do that. I think we should call a special meeting on it. And I would add that I'm not going to steal anyone's thunder and I'm not going to reveal anything, but I have a sneaking suspicion that when you look at this map, and you see the historic areas that are at risk, that some very prominent people with interest in Civil War history will be addressing this issue. And I think you're going to hear about that very soon. And I think I'd like to feature that at this special meeting as well. So people understand this is not just a neighborhood issue. This is American history. We are in the 250th anniversary of this country. And we're celebrating our history and we're celebrating our freedoms. It would be a travesty if we are to dishonor and disrespect that history by ignoring and overlooking and bulldozing the Civil War history and the Revolutionary War history of Jefferson County.
Are you talking about a meeting where there are public comment for a
Yes.
couple of minutes? Or are you talking about a town hall that is a back and forth question and answer? Or do you know?
I think if we have a meeting, we should have the Valley Link people here to answer questions and not people just make comments to us because we're just a voice for them. We need the Valley Link people here to listen to them and so they can ask questions and maybe respond to them.
And respond to them.
Yes.
Because I went to a meeting that was called to be a town hall, and it was one way of hours of citizens of the county talking to commissioners, and they didn't answer anything. And it really kind of went poorly. And I think they could have done it a whole lot better. And I don't want to see us do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the
was
PR, the PR
was there too.
tactic, I think it's important that we have a public question and answer that's recorded as opposed to, 50 employees that are spread around a room, answering. I asked a question, I think I got 10 different answers, and I think that that's intentional. So I think if they're willing to come forward and be on record answering some of the main questions, I think that would be very helpful.
Oh, I agree. I went to the one in Shepherdstown, and unfortunately, they picked me out in like the first 5 minutes of there, and I got like an escort to everybody so they could give me the same answers through, and it really was not very good.
You mentioned the time limit. So this is a sticky question because everybody thinks if this is your first time doing a public meeting, they think, well, it should be unlimited. What's the downside?
Right.
The downside is it goes all night.
That is correct.
Right. So there actually is a trade-off and a downside. And then the people who are at the end of the list never get a chance to speak because they got to go home and take care of the kids or what have you. Right. So it is a delicate question, and it's not so simple as just saying, well, everybody can talk as much as they want. So what do you guys think? I mean, do we do it daytime and then just sit there all day? And then the people who can't make it during the daytime don't get a shot? Do we do it nighttime, but do a time limit? Do we do nighttime and it's unlimited? So we're there till 3 or 4 in the morning. We've had some meetings like that in county history.
I was there for that. I think that it probably should be an evening meeting because that's when most people are home. I think if we did it as a daytime, and I'm going to call it a town hall. If we did it as a daytime, I think the backlash on that is going to be horrible. I think we'd be much better to do a town hall in the evening. And if we have to put a limit on, I do understand that because to sit in a meeting until 2 o'clock in the morning for that is probably not going to happen for a lot of people. You may have a lot of people that will just refuse to come for that as far as the ones that we want to actually be answering questions.
Well, and to clarify, and I know this is exactly what you're saying, we as commissioners will stay there all night, but there's folks who have to wait to speak. And if you make them wait till 9, 10, 11, 12, they lose their chance, and that's not fair to them. Other thoughts on how to arrange and for people to speak so they can have their voices heard?
And so one of the options on it could be it's from this time to this time. And while we do want them to speak, this is our window.
Okay.
So have it like a 2 or 3 hour meeting, cut it off.
Town hall, yes.
Town hall, okay.
I would suggest an early evening start time of like 6 o'clock at least.
And we definitely
6
need,
to 9, something like that, so that it would cover the worker bees in the county where they could attend. So if they can't get there at 6, it would be still going on for them.
I would agree.
And if the response time is overwhelming, we might do even a follow-up. I don't know if if this is gonna have this same impact as Sidewinder. But the important thing is to make sure that everybody wants to speak, gets a chance to speak. The 3-minute limit, I think most people understand that. So we might want to go with that. But 6 to 9 sounds like good. And if, it looks like we're gonna, a sign-up list like we normally do. And if it looks like we're pretty close to getting everybody done, we could go past 9. We can do it that way, so.
And we'll just do it at discretion. Okay. Dates.
I think you're gonna probably have to reach out to Valley Link and see when their representatives can be here to
Oh,
come
that's a
back.
good point. Yeah, if we're
So-
inviting them, we got to ask them when they can do it.
I mean, we can
of
put
course.
out all the dates in the world, but we don't know their schedule either.
Right.
So that's something
Right.
you have to figure out.
I agree.
Okay.
I would suggest that we let Eddie pick a time and date for us because she knows where all of our schedules are with all the boards that we attend. Because I don't want to miss a meeting with one of my groups to attend this. This is very important, but I don't want to miss my group meetings either. So,
Okay, do we want to set it so it's a weeknight?
yeah.
Yes.
And personally, if we're gonna have Valley Link here, I think just have them on stage answering the questions. We just need a moderator.
Okay.
I don't think we all sit up here with their experts. I think their experts sit up here and somebody moderates it and our chairman can moderate it if you feel comfortable doing that. I think
Okay.
That's just my opinion.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Because
So I have invited them to speak on a few occasions that we've had them on the agenda and they have declined. Is there a fallback option that you want if they decline to come to the town hall?
I actually think it might be better to have us up here and then have them speak as a presenter would. In the off chance that they don't come, we can open up with what we know and then allow for public comment. And then if they do come, they could potentially speak before public comment and maybe a portion after public comment.
But if they
we
don't
think
come,
that's
to your
appropriate.
point, we went to that one meeting, it was
Right.
pretty bad. So I think we need them here to answer questions. And we're not the experts to answer questions on this line. I mean, I think we reach out to them again, try to get them here.
Yeah.
Because we can't answer these technical questions. I have a lot of questions for them myself. So.
Well, I would say that is certainly preferable. And if they can't make it or they don't want to come or what have you, then we ought to proceed regardless.
Yes.
My concern a year ago was I don't want people to think this is a county commission project. And I know that sounds silly to people who have talked about this 1,000 times already, but if it's the first time you've ever heard about it, it can be confusing. How do we prevent that misunderstanding?
I think what has been a mistake in the past with other bodies is not allowing for answers following public comment. So I think it's really important to hear our constituents, but maybe having some clarification at the end, not that we know the answers, but hey, I hear your point. We'll reach out if there's any, new information that comes up, but also clarifying as to what we know and what we've done so far and, informing the public as to the process to this and how it interrelates with the PSC and PJM and everything.
Probably beginning and end.
Yeah,
So if somebody doesn't stay or they come in later.
yeah.
Dialogue is very important on these things. And it's whoever the moderator is, I assume it might be you.
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah,
Sure.
needs to be able to handle the back and forth. Because I agree with some of the town halls I've been, it's just been so one-sided that people walk out and but nothing is ever resolved and we don't get the information that we're looking for. So dialogue type town hall would be best. Might be a little different feature that we, some of the ones that we did earlier in the year worked pretty good where we got conversation with the audience right away.
Mhm.
I like that.
Mhm.
So just something to think about.
And like you're saying with dialogue, I want to hear from everybody.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to have 5 people dominating the conversation.
Right.
So we can set up the rules so it works that way. And when I look at this,
Yeah.
I can tell a lot of people want to talk on this. So let's work with the county administrator, set that up. Let's invite Valley Link again. If it doesn't work out, we'll just proceed with a different style of a meeting. We'll make it clear this is not a county commission project. There's going to be a lot of people in the room where this is the first time they've heard about it and the first time they're talking about it. So we just have to make that abundantly clear because I really don't want to have that misunderstanding. Other thoughts on this? Do we need a motion? I don't think we need one. I think we could just proceed.
Yeah, proceed, yeah.
Okay. And I look forward to more discussion from people who are very interested in American history, that we might see a little bit more of that tomorrow. All right, shall we move on to agenda item number 9? Mr. Bound.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. We have 4 items for financial discussion. First one are the budget adjustments. And as usual, we have the equal and opposite. They're within, let's see, we have one that is, we've received federal grants, the AFG, so the JCESA had paid that expense upfront, and then we want to, we required with our policy to take those funds, put them in Fund 010, which is the state fund, or the federal fund 009, whenever we get either one, and make the take the initiative to transfer those funds from that grant fund into the Department of JCESA. So that's one of the budget adjustments.
Okay, we are on page 154.
Yes, 154.
Is there a motion from the commission? What is the pleasure of the commission? Is there a motion? The chair would like to hear a motion to approve the budget adjustments as presented.
So moved.
Been moved by Commissioner Soliper. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Mood. Discussion. As you said, Mr. Bound, this is budget neutral. Is that correct?
They are 1 for 1, and they're just moving funds from one department to, from the grant fund to pay for to reimburse the JCSA for the AFG expenses. And then others are a list of departments that are equal and opposite to pretty much do some cleanup, some housekeeping for the end of the fiscal year 26. Like say one account was low $10, we took it from another account to make it balance, so it's positive.
And I would like to add that David has set up tracking for our state, federal, and then other sources of grant funding through this separate account to make sure that grant funds aren't overspent, that they are tracked. And he has done an amazing job of doing this, so much so that while the auditor suggests it, I think we may be one of, or only one of a few counties that actually track grants through its own separate line item. So this is amazing that David got this going.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and I met with our, I guess, external accountant today, and I asked her, is this something that some people do? And she was kind of, I wouldn't say amazed, but it was not a frequently seen thing that we want to do, that keeps track.
Well, anytime we
better.
can lead, I'd love to see it, and especially if it's on fiscal accountability.
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent work. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Are there other questions on the budget adjustments? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
All right.
Ambulance fee exonerations, anything funky with this one?
No, this was very little amount, and as you've agreed to pass this over to the sheriff, we'll see those coming from a different source. These were 4 items that were never billed, and when the property was sold, there was no balance at closing, so that wouldn't have been billed to the new owner. So these would be, again, adjusted for entries going forward. If it was for 2026, that new owner would have been billed that. And so it's just $216 to be exonerated. It's the request.
Move to approve the exonerations as presented.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Stolper, seconded by Commissioner Mood. Questions? Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
All right, thank you.
Item
The
three.
next item is to request signature for our engagement letter with Cox Holiday Young PLLC. We've used them in the past. The amount has gone up $1,500 over the year. So it was 29.5. It's to 31,000 this year.
That's the only
If we
change?
Go with them.
That's the only change, Mr. Bell?
That's the only change, yes, sir.
Chair moves to approve FY 26 CHY PLLC compilation of county financial statements not to exceed $31,000. Use of professional services funding. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Chair, seconded by Commissioner Hepestay. Questions? Comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Item 4.
All right, thank you. This is the request to apply for the grant program for the State Homeland Security. And what it would go for are smart card access. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. It's a little external card reader that you can't get into your computer unless you have that card. And that's one thing. And then the other second item would be walk-through metal detectors for this facility. And there's no required match for us. It would be a $200,000 request for the grant.
I would move to approve the request for the State Homeland Security Grant Program application.
Second.
Motion and second by motion from Commissioner Soliper, seconded by Commissioner Hepestay. Discussion. Does this obligate us to use metal detectors? I don't think
I'd
so.
have to
We're
look
applying for a
legal to
grant.
that. If it's, would we have?
I understood it was a grant,
Right.
to apply for a grant.
Since it might touch on security issues, maybe it's not the best thing to do in a public session, but I think it's discussions about this are being considered for a little later at later county commission meetings.
Mm-hmm.
But typically, if you look at what we do in magistrate court right now, I'd anticipate something like that.
Right. And this is, what building is this for? Is this for the court?
This would be the county government facilities. That would be this building, 393. I'm sure when we get into 330, we'll look for something similar.
Oh, 330 is different from 393, in
Correct.
my opinion. Okay. Does anybody else have questions on this? If there aren't, interesting.
These were just items. If you'd like something else that we spend that money on, I'm sure 200,000 can go a few other places. But I know IT really wants those card readers. But I mean, if commission's on the fence on a walkthrough metal detector, we can spend somewhere else. We can always use.
Okay, so
funds.
I'm hearing it does not obligate us to use
This-
and install metal detectors in 393.
That's the legal side would be that. I'm saying if we wanted to purchase something else other than a walkthrough metal detector.
I see.
I would recommend that we talk about this later on the agenda in executive session. If you want to return to this at the end, we can do that.
Okay. Do we have a pending motion?
Yeah.
We do. Would you mind, would you be open to withdrawing the motion so we can instead hear this?
I think Steve made the
Yeah,
motion,
I'll
I made
withdraw
the
it to
second,
later.
and
Okay.
yeah, we can defer it till later in the meeting.
Okay. All right. If that's fine with the mover and the seconder, we'll
Yeah.
do that. Okay, excellent.
Great.
So the
Thank you.
motion has been withdrawn?
Yep.
All right, we'll move on to the next agenda item. That was the last one
That
for
was
you,
the last one.
Mr. Bound, is that right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So we're moving to agenda item number 10. We are on page 165. Only half an hour behind, not too bad. Mr. Grow?
Your favorite update of the evening, the quickest update of the evening, there is not, these all cases are ongoing, but there's nothing to report between this week and the meeting before.
Excellent.
Oh, my God.
Can we send video of that to Nathan Cochran? That should be his congratulations gift. We say that with love. All right, agenda item number
He's
11.
smiling and laughing from home.
We are now ahead of schedule. All right, no, great. County Administrator, we are on pages 166 to 249. 11.1. Would that be you, Director Goodwin?
I believe Eddie's online.
How shall we proceed?
Eddie, you taking the lead on this?
Yeah, I am.
Great.
So first up is the emergency services fee ordinance billing date update. And in meeting, we've moved the ambulance fee office in behind the scenes into the sheriff's office. So it'll physically move into the sheriff's tax office probably sometime around October. But as we're working on the bills going out there, the ordinance is written in such a way that it relies on the assessor's data, and the assessor's data isn't certified until sometime in December. And so it is the request of all parties involved. So sheriff's tax office, the assessor, and the ambulance fee office to move the billing date to coincide with the sheriff's tax billing date of March 1st. And so there's suggested language there in the packet, and there's a suggested motion as well.
See the suggestion. The aligning of dates certainly makes sense and is pragmatic. I'm just curious if commissioners have any questions or thoughts on this is inconvenient for the public in some way or will be perceived in a negative way. I think in terms of pragmatism, it certainly works, but any thoughts on that? If not, let's just proceed.
So the goal with this is that we do less manual labor and work on synthesized data that is verified by the assessor. And so this allows us to use the synthesized and vetted data of the assessor instead of hand jamming. So that's the reason for the movement forward.
We have a suggested motion on page 167. Chair would like to hear a motion. Anybody want to take the lead? Chair moves to amend the ordinance to update the annual bill mailing date as referenced below, allowing sufficient time to incorporate the assessor's certified data and ensure accurate billing. And when we say reference below, we're referring to the red text on page 167 of the packet. Everybody see that? Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded, Mike beat you. Seconded by Commissioner Mood. We've got the red text here. We're just striking through the old text, adding red text to align as the county administrator explained, so we can have this new program. Thoughts, questions, comments?
I think it makes sense for getting things kind of buttoned up and polished up and less manual labor in trying to keep these things up. So while, yes, it's going to go out a little bit later, I think overall it's going to be a better product.
And it's gonna save us money. So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Addie, next item.
The next item up is the regulatory changes with regard to the FDID, which is the Fire Department Identification Number. And that we were directed at the last commission meeting to work with the state with regard to these regulatory changes, which would allow us under the previously written language to not have to operate a apparatus certified in the year of its manufacturer, instead work with the volunteers. The second part of that language was to work with, it had to do with first due areas. It looks like the first due areas will be dropping off, or they'll try to figure out some other solution. And that really goes beyond the scope of what we're most interested in. The way that we operate is we operate on volunteer equipment and want to be able to use the volunteer equipment to qualify for our FDID number. That number allows us to be eligible for hundreds of thousands of dollars of federal funding. And allow us to be able to better assist the volunteer fire departments. So this is just a status update. We went down to Charleston, spoke with the state fire marshal, spoke with several members of the committee, and it should be on the agenda here in the coming months about exactly what kind of changes, and we'll keep working with them.
I know it's getting late, but I really have to comment on this. This is incredible staff work. And I'm so proud of not only the staff, but so grateful that we have this great, a strong relationship with the volunteer firefighting departments as well. The fact that we're coming together as a community to work together on this is absolutely terrific, and looks like we're turning things around. So I'm very pleased to see that. I want to express gratitude to our staff for leading this effort, and also to the volunteer firefighting departments who helped with this. And if you're comfortable, Eddie, if you wouldn't mind sharing who helped out with the effort, I think that's a good idea. But if you're not, that's okay.
And I will tell you that I go to the fire and rescue meetings quite regularly. I went every month for a while, and then Chief Gorham came on, and I'm not going to step on his toes, so he has gone. And then I've joined him little bits along the way as we prepare for this legislative change and get ready to gear up the Fitch study again. And I have to say, each one of those chiefs is really a chief of their own area. And so it requires that we have buy-in from each one, and each one has really welcomed me in all of my naivete about firefighting, and has brought me to their station, has spoken to me about all of the things that are challenges within their station. I still have an ongoing back and forth with Blue Ridge, because Earl Kogel, Chief Kogel, is going to give me a tour of the mountain, and we were going to do it by four-wheelers and all kinds of stuff. So it's really required every chief to be involved to make sure that every chief is okay with this legislative change, and they're at the table, and we're fighting hand in hand together.
I'm so pleased to see that. All right, if there aren't any other comments, let's move on to the next agenda item.
All right, so the next one is that's with regard to Valley Lincoln. That came up earlier. We worked with staff, and they did a fantastic job of updating those maps. And now the goal here is to make sure that the community knows that that's a resource for them. The next item is with regard to Freedom of Information Act requests, and I recommend that the following three be considered in executive session, which would be the Freedom of Information Act requests, courthouse security, and the review of county-owned properties.
Okay, and the rationale is what for each? Because I think they might be different.
The first is to seek legal advice. The second is also to seek legal advice and it also would fall under a courthouse security provision. And the final is with regard to real estate.
I would like to hear a motion to go into executive session to discuss agenda items 11.4, 11.5, 11.6. Justification of the Open Meetings Act would be for legal advice for 11.4 and 11.5. 11.6 would be for a real estate transaction.
And 9.4.
Pardon?
And 9.4 for the security grant.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Soliper. And for 9.4 as well, also for legal advice.
To move.
Moved by Commissioner Mood, seconded by Commissioner Stoliper. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to go into executive session for those four agenda items indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We will go, that passed unanimously. We'll go into executive session now. Eddie, gonna do phone?
That works for me.
Thanks, Eddie. All right, we'll see you in a second. We want to take a quick break, y'all? Sure. Lynn, I put you on the spot. I said, put this on the screen. You're like, hell no.
I will shut the whole thing down.
Sorry about that.
If it ain't broke, don't
Fix it. Yeah, fair enough. I don't want to start until we get Eddie on the line. Can you make sure that's set up, please?
Pretzel tonight. Sticks. What did you buy at the gas station? As we're getting down the last one up here.
Are we leaving this here? Are we leaving? Do you guys know if we're leaving these here for like tabletop or?
I think that's gift from Eddie.
Okay.
From a recent trip
Mhm.
to Charleston.
Did you get one? Did you get one?
Back to the waste. I have sorts of historic type West Virginia propaganda when I was on.
We just proceed. All right. Reconvening after executive session.
I make a motion that we come out of executive session.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Heffestay, seconded by Commissioner Soliper. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That it passes unanimously. We discussed 9.4, 11.4, 11.5, 11.6.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the Homeland Security Grant as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Soliper and seconded by Commissioner Heffestay. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes nay. It's 4-1, passes. 11.6, review of county-owned properties, interested parties, recent property showings, and considerations to market the properties. The chair would like to hear a motion to direct staff to work with a land development consultant to research city ordinances for potential lot line adjustments on county-owned properties on Washington Street in Charlestown. Is there such a motion?
To move.
Moved by
Second.
Commissioner Mood, seconded by Commissioner Keys. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
And 11.5, courthouse security. I'd like to move a motion to proceed with the security measures as recommended in executive session.
Been moved by Commissioner Soliper. Is there a
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Heffestay. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes nay. That passes 4-1. And do we have any other business? I don't see anything else. Any other motions? All right, we're adjourned. Thank you.